my nature is to serve the plants which nourish me, which give me good health, which gives me light. So I am very grateful. I am very grateful to the 5 elements. I share my love to them. And I don't forget that I am the child of the Supreme Father, the Almighty Authority. So now I take the rays of peace, happiness, love, compassion to share with my loving friends, the 5 elements, plants, the sea, and everyone. I love you, my friends, and I always be with you. I am yours. I wish I could be always yours. So each one of us will have each other and will stay together. Thank you. Om Shanti. Om Shanti.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was beautiful, nice, and soothing. Thank you, Vikram, as well. Merci beaucoup. We will now shift to our other next guest and we'll come back to UK. And best wishes to all of you there in Mauritius. Thank you very much. And we'll see you
Yes,
in
thank
some
you.
other
Thank you very
episode.
much. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. So that was from Mauritius, from Brother Vikram and Sister Niru, who brought in some news from Mauritius. And now, Kailash, let's come back to United Kingdom and have a contribution. Do you think, shall we start with Deepak first, or you want to go with Richa? Up to you.
Yes, please. Yes, I think Deepak Bhai, who's our friend of Healing Our Earth and a very good contributor, he's very passionate about climate change and has been on our program many a time. So we see him as a very dear friend. So it gives us great pleasure to welcome you again, Deepak Bhai, and thank you again for coming in and speaking to us on your topic, which is, I believe, modern employer and sustainability.
Yes, a global namaste to all of you, and I hope you're having an enjoyable Sunday. Thank you, Dr. Kailash Ben and Nil Kumar, for asking me to speak. Hope you are keeping well as well. So yeah, I thought this was quite a useful kind of topic, especially as we've just had the sort of readout from the COP30 meeting. It seems now that the reality is quite there. It's grim. The impacts of these weather events, etc., aren't just limited to sort of different corners of the globe. This is happening here, there, and everywhere. So I think the reality is now hitting home with many employers. So the positive news is that they are taking steps and some actions towards contributing towards a slightly a greener footprint, if I can put it that way. I think sort of the general trends tend to be that the offices, if staff are required to go into the offices, they are now looking at more greener alternatives, whereby the sort of the power that these offices consume, the CO2 that's produced, using more efficient systems, whether that's heating, ventilation, upgrading their insulation, for example, or the installation of solar panels. And possibly reusing water, so recycling rainwater systems. So these are the sort of kind of steps in the building. Obviously, if staff do not make journeys in to the office and out, I think that contributes towards almost 20% of global greenhouse gases or something along those lines. I read somewhere, which is a staggering amount if you think about it. Offices are, or businesses are geared up. They're a lot more resilient to kind of being more agile, I should say, to many issues, and we've seen that with COVID-19. So staff can essentially work from home, which means we can wipe a nice potential, 20 to 25% maybe of global greenhouse gases, which is a massive tick, I think. Obviously, incentives for staff. So if they have to drive in, for example, then businesses do offer tax breaks for purchase of electric vehicles, for example, or carpooling. That's also another initiative which a lot of businesses are trying to encourage. Increasing the cycle storage within the departments or businesses or facilities for showering. So these may sound quite trivial, but actually, if you don't live too far from your office, for example, and you're tempted to drive in, however, you could walk in or run in and have a shower. So that already kind of eliminates those issues. The use of green space as well. So around office environments, often you just see concrete everywhere, don't you? Which is not particularly nice. It's not good for the mind or the well-being. So a lot of offices are now looking to introduce green space, good for well-being, but also trying to encourage local mini ecosystems for insects, butterflies, and so on and so forth. So these hopefully do help kind of not maybe work towards net zero, but help to sort of neutralize some of the nasty impacts of these buildings. Staff can be encouraged to purchase a bike, for example, and being given discounts or sort of a payment system whereby if they can't afford electric vehicle or bike or so on, they can have a payment process where it gets taken out of their wages as well. So these are just some of the initiatives which I've seen in some businesses and departments who are encouraging this type of behavior. So yeah, and globally it seems businesses who are ahead of the curve are investing in greener technology. There's a big shift also now towards AI and the use of massive computers. So clearly with that, the sort of the nasty or the negative side is you've got these massive data centers which are burning energy at a high rate and require cooling and so on. So it's just about trying to keep your head over all of these kind of issues. And yeah, if staff within a business are encouraged, then the impact of that particular business or industry is reduced slightly. We're a long way away still, and some of these concepts are considered, I would say, probably new to many, but these things genuinely really should have been adopted a long time ago. But we are where we are. We do need to encourage more people. Even sort of the recycling or the waste output for some of these businesses is incredible. So the encouragement of use of recyclable cups, for example, from coffee shops or paper or wooden cutlery, that can have a huge impact as well. So rambling on a little bit, I tried to cover as many of the points as I could. I feel the more people talk about these things, the more likelihood is that these things can get adopted, and encouraging even small teams within a business, even if it's a small business, to maybe have somebody who's sustainable and takes an interest in these types of things. There are incentives by governments to do these types of things. So often people are put off due to sort of the cost implications. But if your business is going to be around for 10 years plus, then obviously it's quite quick to be able to see the offset. And people should talk about the cost savings for these types of energy efficient systems. You're burning a lot of greenhouse gases, etc. If you're using old systems, it seems cheaper to keep your old system in place, but actually you're costing yourselves more money and also causing damage to the environment around you. So yeah, happy to take some questions if there are any.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Deepak Bhai, for enlightening us on those great initiatives. And when you were talking about those initiatives, it came to mind, when we delivered that sessions, the training session on climate change, those are exactly those things that we were talking about, the greener spaces, sharing lifts to work and initiatives like having insulation and all this. So I think it's very much kind of translating that into the offices now. So, well, thank you so much. I was going to invite Chloe, who is our student, a master's degree student. And I know you're very passionate about. Are there any questions for what Deepak Bhai has just said about the initiatives?
So hello and global namaste to you all. And like I said, I'm a master's student who's studying journalism at the University of Derby. And my main subject that I'm looking into as part of the journalistic career is looking into natural world issues, including climate change, as well as wildlife trade and endangered species status. In terms of because I'm looking into things on the climate change right now, especially when it comes to obviously with the COP30, as well as looking into the views and actions of Donald Trump as well during his second term as president. That's just part of what I'm looking into right now. I'm just unsure what to say in terms of questions. Sorry, because I was trying, obviously keep track of everything. But
Tell us your views anyway, Chloe. Generally, you talked about climate change to me, and just share some of your views, and then we'll move on.
Of course, yeah. I'll try and keep as brief as I can. So I just think obviously climate change is definitely a big issue, like one of the biggest global crises happening in this world. And I know there's a lot of people out there who really do want to make a difference in reducing the impacts for both humanity and the natural world. Because obviously it's not, I mean, not only is the natural world species being affected, but also humanity as well with the wildfires and the floods. I see a lot of storms going on, like Storm Melissa, the floods going off in all different countries. However, I do get concerned that obviously there are those who do deny the existence of climate change, and social media doesn't always help with the spread of supporting the denial of climate change, and there's post-truth elements to that. So when people focus more on the emotional and personal views of climate change, it becomes more hard to believe the actual factual parts of the truth. So it's not only confusion, but also it's looking to say oh, this is happening because this can't be because of climate change, but it's something else. But yeah, it can be a complicated battle for those who don't, especially if they don't really see the facts or the proof of what the impacts are doing to the world and to humans as well. And there are those out there who are doing their best to combat and reduce the impacts in climate change. So with wind farms, wind turbines. Obviously, there's been concerns about that, but there are projects out there that are helping to like support like reduce the impacts of like certain bird species like kittiwakes in the English coastlines, and by creating these these like artificial like nesting like huts in the middle of the seas and stuff like that.
Thank you, Chloe. That's brilliant. Thank you for your viewpoints.
Yeah.
I'm going to move on to our next speaker, Dr. Richard Soni, who's again a very familiar face to Healing Our Earth and made lots of contributions. She was one of our co-directors on our LEAP, which is to do with the environment as well. So Dr. Richa has a little presentation that she'd like to share to talk about on this topic. Over to you, Dr. Richa.
Thank you. Thank you, Kailash Ben. So, global namaste to all. My name is Richa, and by profession, I'm a project manager. But I have a PhD in environmental engineering, and I've also done my postdoctorate in environmental research. So I'm generally passionate about the subject. So in the UK, I'm an active volunteer for all the environmental related work and causes, just because I'm so much inclined toward this particular subject. So today I will talk a little about post-COP30 things, some of the key initiatives that were there in the conference, what they were trying to tell us, a general about that. And then I'll hand over to Dr. Kailash Parekh to tell us about some of the actual actions which we have done together for an organization called as LEAP. So some of the community work where we have talked about being sustainable, educated the communities about how they can be more sustainable. So yeah, let's start. So just reflecting on this COP30, I think this time it was all about actions. We have done a lot of talkings. We have said around all the globe that what we will do, what we should do. But I think this time, the COP30, the main focus was on the actions, how we have actually delivered on our commitments. And coming to that, it was there in the Amazon, the backdrop was Amazon rainforest. I think it was a very deep thought about putting this Amazon in the backdrop. So the prime reason for it to be put there was, I think, the ecological significance of this rainforest. I think we all are aware that this is the largest tropical forest on the earth and a critical carbon sink. It plays a vital role in regulating the global climate, and its degradation will actually affect all the global livings. And hence why, the kind of a backdrop of such a big conference of the Amazon rainforest, I think it was there to attract attention of people that this critical rainforest is in danger now, and we need to work towards its recovery, because it's the home to many indigenous communities who have traditional knowledge for sustainable practices, which is essential for conservation. Henceforth, it's very, very important to kind of culturally preserve those communities and commodities who know the art of that sustainable principles, etc. Amazon rainforests are also referred to as the lung of the planet. And now, because it is threatened, I think we all know that there is a real urgency to act for possible regeneration. Also, I think a lot was being talked about the global Mucharo, which was a Brazilian vision in this conference. And it was all about what it simply meant was an inclusive effort to tackle the climate changes. So inviting everybody together in this effort to tackle the climate changes. There were 6 thematic pillars of this COP30, and I think the gist was that climate action, which we all are talking about, must be human-centered and nature-led. So we all should be connected by the nature, and then we can lead the real actions which will actually make the differences. So the 6 thematic pillars were around mitigation, reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, adaptation, building the resilience where, our ecosystem can actually withstand the climate impacts, mobilizing the funds to vulnerable regions. So not everybody has the funds to kind of tackle the climate changes or do the necessary which is required. Then promoting the technology, as we were talking about AI now being the new talked after thing. Other than that, also now a lot of technology initiative solutions are being sought after, which are currently under research, will be scaled later. So a lot of this area is being triggered and talked about. And then capacity building, which is, I think, strengthening people with knowledge sharing. A lot of in the past years, I think a lot has been talked about environment, and people are getting more and more aware, because we started from that time where initially the talks many years earlier, it was that, oh, what's government doing? What is government policies? But now I think in all these conferences and even today, we are talking about individual contributions as well. Governments will do their part, policies will be made. But if an individual, on an individual level, on community level, we are not doing our part, I think it's not going to make any difference. So every little step that's going to count will do bigger. So integrating all the efforts together will actually help us to bring things into action. So we should start to look as nature as a partner, not a resource, because protecting what we're doing to protect the natures, we're not doing any charity, we are doing it for our own good. It's very, very important to protect the nature for our own survival. And we should look about people first. So all these climate justice policies, they should all be very inclusive, equitable, where everybody should be made aware of climate literacies, about green jobs, upliftment. And there are many people whose livelihoods is actually tied up to nature, like fishermen, farmers. We need to step up to support them so they can adapt and thrive. And this enables the people to live well within the planetary boundaries. So, as I said in the very beginning of my talk, that we have taken a lot of pledges, we have talked a lot about it, but now is the time to practice it. Now it's the high time that we should start implementing it and talk about actions. So I'd like to now give it over to Kailash Parekh to kind of speak on some of our work, which we have done with an organization called Leap Together to educate people about sustainability. So small steps, but that's going to count into bigger actions. Over to you, Kailash.
Thank you so much, Dr. Richa. As Dr. Richa said, it's a collective effort and it's partnership. We cannot do it on our own. And at the individual, we can all do our bit, but we also need to come together and raise awareness. So hence, through the LEAP, and I'd like to acknowledge my other a member who's the founder of LEAP, Dr. Shona Pal, who actually was instrumental in setting this up, and also the support that we had from the Hindu Forum of Britain, who actually supported our work as LEAP. So I'd like to acknowledge them on this occasion. So what we did as part of raising the awareness and promoting sustainability, we as LEAP we produced two training modules. One module which Deepak Bhai and many others who joined from the community faith groups, and it was about raising awareness, things like Deepak Bhai already mentioned about how can we become more sustainable in our places of worship. Just looking at even just changing, the plastic plates to using more sustainable. Traditionally we had those stainless steel utensils that we used to use, or banana leaf to serve food. So, and just thinking about how we can recycle our waste and things. So the first module, this first training, 8 weeks, was all to do with raising awareness. How can we collectively work together on saving the planet? The other module was on the what we call the environmental toolkit, it was called. So how can we then take responsibility of making sure that we are implementing those little changes? So we called it the CC training program, and so we got everybody, somebody appointed in their place of worship to take responsibility to ensure that we kind of made a note of how we made those small changes, small positive changes, and then kind of reflect on it. What else can we do? What else more can we do to make sure that we can, contribute to saving the planet? So that's what the training was all about. And I'm pleased to say that a lot of those places of worships that we've been working with have started doing this. They started adopting the toolkit and monitoring. We have a WhatsApp group now that we're very active about, exchanging different initiatives, what we're doing. And we want to sort of now kind of develop that more and see, well, how far have we got? What else that we need to do to work together collectively? And I think it was really nicely that what Deepak Bhai said about places of work as well, employers. There's a lot of work to be done. We just started with places of worship, but like you said, the employer is a big area that we want to explore, and maybe this environmental toolkit can be also shared with them in the future. But small steps, like Dr. Richa said, small steps will, a positive step in the right direction. So thank you. And if you've got any questions for both myself and Richa, we'll be very happy to take those at this point. Thank you. Thank you, Richa.
Thank you, Kailash. Just wanted to say that, yeah, little initiative. So I really like this quote that we do inherit the earth from our ancestors, but we borrow it from our children. And that's the prime reason we need to take care of it, and we should be passionate about saving our planet. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay. Any questions from the panel? Okay. So it gives me great pleasure now to move on to our final speaker, my guest, who is our youth ambassador, Sienna Patel, who is now going to talk about the role of the NGO and the climate change. So welcome on the program, Sienna. This is your first time. So thank you so much for coming along. Over to you.
Hi, Dr. Kailash. Namaste, everyone. Thank you for having me on your program. So a little bit about me before I kind of go into my talk. I am a politics and international relations student, and I'm also a youth ambassador for European Youth Parliament. So I've sat on a couple of committees regarding climate change, regarding kind of net zero and trying to improve living standards, especially amongst what the youth can do. But as a politics student, a lot of what I study is to do with international organizations, so IGOs and NGOs, and kind of their effectiveness, and more or less whether they're actually doing more harm than good. So in light of kind of COP30, it's important to kind of realize that this like progress and this whole kind of movement and the kind of seriousness of climate change has kind of not come out of nowhere. And it's kind of decades of intergovernmental organizations, so IGOs, and the non-governmental organizations, also known as NGOs. So I'm going to start with IGOs because they kind of shape the global structure that we use to understand and respond to climate change. So the best example of this is probably the IPCC, so the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So since about 1988, its major assessment reports have literally guided every climate agreement. So that's from the Kyoto Protocol to obviously the Paris Agreement. And now a lot of the decisions that have been made or have been kind of set out in COP30. So their kind of reports give us evidence that the planet's already warmed by about 1.1 degrees, and that emissions need to kind of peak before 2025 if we wanted any chance of kind of staying close to the 1.5 degree target. And it's kind of without these scientific kind of baselines and without these researchers being shared, there kind of wouldn't be any kind of global targets at all. Then you've also got UNEP, so the United Nations Environment Programme, so that plays a huge role. And every year they publish the emissions gap report and the adaptation gap report. So these tell us whether countries' climate plans are anywhere near the scientific requirements, and kind of ensure that countries are on track regarding their own kind of climate policies. And so these kind of reports help create policies such as the ULEZ policy in like the UK, for example, so the ultra low emission zones, which encourage kind of citizens to purchase cars that are lower emission or fully electric, by kind of placing a tax on certain areas of, mostly through London, but and so they kind of help reduce carbon emissions. Then you have the World Meteorological Organization, and they provide long-term climate monitoring and early warning systems. So those help countries adapt to severe storms, severe droughts, and temperature extremes, which we've seen a lot more of, especially in the last kind of 5 to 10 years. So then beyond kind of the scientific kind of aspect of their resources, they are also responsible for coordinating global climate governance. So through the UNFCCC processes and the annual COP conferences, they bring together pretty much every country in the world to negotiate terms of what they can do to improve their own carbon emissions and kind of fossil fuel consumption. So they set rules for emissions accounting, transparency, reporting, and they provide technical assistance to help people in countries prepare for national climate plans, so NDCs, and support national adaptation strategies. They've also been pretty crucial when it comes to climate finance. So climate friendly options are often not cheap. They are normally the most expensive option, and they are much more of a long-term solution, which a lot of countries, quite frankly, especially in the economic climate that we're in today, don't have the capacity to kind of undertake. So you've got the Green Climate Fund. So they've funded projects from like solar mini grids in Africa to the coastal protection in the Pacific Islands. And the Global Environment Facility has supported more than about 5,000 climate-related projects. Additionally, the World Bank, their climate investment funds help scale solar and wind energies in countries like India, Morocco, and Chile, which have helped bring down significantly global renewable energy costs. Moving on to NGOs, they've probably done more than anyone to raise public awareness of climate change. So they don't have necessarily the governmental kind of support, or they don't really have the kind of support that IGOs do, as they are not kind of specifically, they don't have any sort of jurisdiction over what certain countries can do, but they are very good at raising awareness. So you've got Greenpeace, WWF, Friends of the Earth, and they coordinate mass climate marches, as I'm sure you've seen on the news, reaching over 150 countries, and have helped turn climate change from a scientific kind of issue to political priority and social movement. They've also helped debunk common myths. So I'm sure we'll all remember Donald Trump's stance on climate change and the statements that have been released after that to try and kind of combat the fake news being spread constantly on social media. Then you've got youth activists and grassroots networks. So I, for example, am part of My Life, My Say, and also youth councils, as well as European Youth Parliament. And those organisations, whilst they seem very kind of unimportant, actually do hold a lot of power in terms of influencing governmental decisions, because young people know how to use the media. And so it's very easy, it's kind of quite significant when you're a young person that you can reach a much larger audience because you're so aware of how to use the media to your advantage. And so by promoting petitions, kind of using radio networks, TV networks, any kind of contacts that you have, you'd be able to kind of pressure the government into performing and kind of passing more climate friendly bills. But they've also had, NGOs, for example, have also had a major impact through conservation and nature-based solutions. So Conservation International, the Rainforest Alliance, the Nature Conservancy have protected millions of hectares of forests and restored mangroves and wetlands in more than about 30 countries. And these kind of actions, so the implication of mangroves, for example, remove carbon from the atmosphere, and they also shield communities from storms and flooding. I think probably the most significant part of the NGO's kind of influence has been on legal action, however. So Client Earth, Earth Justice, and the Centre for International Environmental Law have brought landmark kind of climate cases against governments and corporations. So the Uganda case in the Netherlands forced the government to strengthen their emissions targets. And they've also had other lawsuits that have forced companies to kind of disclose their climate risks and stop misleading the public. Additionally, in kind of when it comes to big corporations, a lot of corporations now have a designated kind of climate change or social change advocate within their company, or an analyst, because they need to make sure that their kind of emissions within kind of the corporate world are green aware and are in line with sustainability targets. And those kind of roles would not have been available without kind of the lobbying of NGOs. NGOs, I think, are probably better than IGOs at doing the work that kind of directly affects communities and having first-hand aid on kind of hand. So like practical action brings renewable energy to rural areas. You've got the Red Cross and the International Rescue Committee, that support kind of disaster relief efforts, climate resilient agriculture and water systems. So that also includes kind of like planting mangroves and reducing carbon emissions. And they help communities kind of adapt to immediate climate impacts. So something that IGOs often can't do at a hands-on level. So with all that in mind, how effective are these organizations? So starting back again with IGOs, their main strengths lie in credibility, coordination, and finance. So they have the scientific authority and the scientific resources that the world relies on when it comes to creating policies. They can bring almost every single country to the table, as a majority of countries are a member of some form of international governmental organization. And they also build the rules and systems for global reporting. Having said that, decision-making is quite slow in IGOs because you can't pass anything without a consensus, and you can't force governments to act because of the whole prioritization of sovereignty. So sovereignty is when a country is fully able to make its own decisions and kind of have complete control over what they choose to implement and how they choose to implement it. So because of this focused on sovereignty, IGOs often take a lot longer for their practices to come into effect, and climate funds sometimes fall short of what's promised. And they also significantly rely on the fact that countries actually have to want to do what they're implying. So like, for example, the US have pulled out of the Paris Agreement, and they are one of the more significantly funded countries. And because of that, a lot of other countries have started taking that a lot less seriously because they're not backed by kind of more significantly powerful countries. NGOs, on the other hand, are stronger in that department. So because they're less restricted by politics and they don't really follow any form of consensus, they don't really need a consensus or any form of they don't have to follow as many rules, which means that they're faster and they're a lot more flexible. So they excel at kind of putting public pressure on, innovation, local implementation, and also legal accountability. So because they're able to be a lot more transparent, they're able to kind of reveal a lot more difficult truths that governments try to avoid panic, which then puts pressure on pretty much every organization and corporate kind of organization. But NGOs lack kind of the large scale financial power that obviously international governmental organizations have. So influence does depend widely depending on how much funding they actually have. And they also have no kind of formal role in negotiating treaties. So they're great when it comes to advocacy and for litigation and practical community support, but they actually cannot drive kind of global policy alone. But what's interesting is kind of how they work together. So IGOs create top-down frameworks, so things like climate agreements, funding mechanisms, and scientific guidelines. Whereas NGOs do the opposite. So they provide bottom-up momentum. So they mobilize the public, innovating in communities and holding governments kind of accountable and putting pressure on governments. So IGO brings the kind of billions in funding with obviously time, but NGOs make sure that that money then reaches the people that need it. So it doesn't really, so kind of the hard truth is that it doesn't really stem from either IGOs or NGOs kind of acting by themselves. It comes from the interaction between the two. So like the scientific reports from the IGOs, for example, inform the NGO campaigns. But then the NGO pressure influences the government positions at COP. So a lot of the kind of countries from the G7 or the G20 have a lot more of a radical stance than they would have otherwise without kind of the pressure added from kind of the NGO organizations like Greenpeace or Just Stop Oil. But as we look kind of beyond COP30, this partnership is probably going to matter the most, I think. So the next decade needs to really be about implementation. So these promises and these policies that have been proposed actually need to turn into real emission cuts and kind of actually making sure that these policies that are in place take place. So yeah, without kind of that implementation side, you won't really get anywhere else with kind of improving and kind of stopping climate change from reaching a detrimental point.
Thank you, Sienna. You have brought so much information. What I like is that you are a youth ambassador. So if people of your age take this serious, then you will force the previous generation, the current generation, taking climate very seriously, because all the countries this season, all the countries in the world have had different climate. You see people are actually suffering from flu, cold, sore throats. Anybody you know, somebody else could be. So it's so nice to know that people of your youth are taking this seriously. I think it's fantastic. And shortly we'll be moving to Netherlands with Purvi, who is another ambassador. She loves climate. She's an entrepreneur. She's also a CEO and founder for Yopla. Amrita, your thoughts on young Sienna here? I think it was her mother who came in the kitchen episode. Again, she was very innovative. So maybe like mom, like daughter, or like daughter, like mom. Over to you, Amrita, and then we move on to Purvi.
Yeah, absolutely, Neil Kumar. Sustainable and smart cooking. So all these practices are being implemented right from the ground till the kitchen as they move, and I can see the vibrant energies of both the daughter and the mother, and it's really lovely to have both of them. Kailash, it's really nice to have these guests who are the figure of the future. And before we move to Purvi, your comments about what you have been hearing from Sienna before you take your.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, and global namaste.
Global namaste.
Yeah. Wow, Sienna, you shared quite a lot of things. I also did my Masters of Science in Sustainably, specifically focusing on business strategy. So I agree with everything you said, and specifically mobilizing the youth and then connecting with all those sort of policies and everything. Yeah, I think you covered everything like very well. I hope someone was taking notes of what she shared, because that was like really valuable. I can tell that.
So
And
Purvi,
it's not an easy information that you will just Google and you'll find it.
So Purvi, these episodes are always recorded on YouTube, Facebook. They stay there permanently. We
Nice.
can go back and go and watch them again and again. And
Yeah.
so it's so nice. And Kailash always brings spectrum of people, from literally from teenagers to youth to the generation above us, generation with the current people over here. And Purvi, you and Sienna can really rock, because you are all of same age group with Amrita. Anukul, your quick comment, and then we move on to Purvi. Anukul, over to you.
Thanks. That was wonderful. That was wonderful to hear, Shiana. Now, the important one question I want to ask, knowing well that the farmers are connected closest to the ground and the trees, who would you choose? Is it the NGOs or the IGOs to sort the issues out related to climate?
I think that's a good question. I do think if we had to choose between one or the other, it would have to be intergovernmental organizations, purely because whilst NGOs are good at mobilizing the public, IGOs are the only one that really have the influence to be able to implement those decisions that are being made or being proposed by NGOs. So for that reason, I think intergovernmental organizations are the best when it comes to that, or international courts. So you kind of have different, like the ICC and the ICJ, for example, when it comes to fair trade agreements and things like that. So I think they would probably be the best kind of option when it comes to faster solutions for climate change.
What do you think about the carbon trading?
I do think there needs to be limitations. I think as easy and kind of easy and as accessible as it is, it doesn't last forever. And I think that we do need more sustainable options. But I do think that there needs to be more funding in place to look into kind of solar energy, wind energy, because it's not cheap. It's not, and it's a very kind of far down the road long-term solution, but we need to ultimately get there because the kind of reliance on kind of carbon and carbon trading is becoming more and more kind of prevalent. The side effects are becoming a lot more prevalent. I mean, we're seeing it in winter, for example. It's snowing in November, which is kind of abnormal. And we're seeing kind of like a lot more of a shift, especially within kind of the weather and in kind of farming and kind of just in general. So I think that whilst I understand why why countries choose to kind of trade carbon, it's proving to do a lot more harm than good.
Thank you, Sienna. Kailash, your quick comment, and then we move to Netherlands to Purvi. Over to you, Kailash.
Yeah, just want to say a really big thank you to you, Sienna. You've made me really proud today, seeing our young, youths taking this initiative forward, and so much information there, so enlightening. I learned so much from your presentation today. So I just wanted to sort of formally thank all my guests today, Deepak, from Deepak Bhai to Dr. Richard to Sienna for coming along and making this positive contribution. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Kailash. Stay around. We'll move on to Purvi now, who's an entrepreneur who loves climate, she loves sustainability and many other matters. And then we'll move on to Charles Appleby with a few of his guests. So over the next 15 minutes, Amrita, let's get Purvi sharing her tips, knowledge, and information on climate. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Kailash, for your guests. And it's time to move to Netherlands, where we have a lovely girl, Purvi. She's an entrepreneur as well as represents Youpla, which talks about carbon footprint and sustainability. So, Purvi, what are we envisioning today with the climate change, and what are the things that you would like to tell our viewers about your organization as well as your message from Keep It Smart and Sustainable KISS? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. Before I say anything, I want all of you to focus on 3 statements that I'm going to make. See, we're talking a lot about climate change and like the impact of it and so many solutions. Let me put same thing in 3 ways and let's give it some thought. Do you know that all the global textile waste that we create and like the whole production that we make, it is actually creating 93 cubic meters of water pollution, right? Like textile pollution is so common. That's huge. Okay, so please note, global textile pollution, 93 cubic meters. Also, I can say it in this way. Do you know that one t-shirt that you just toss away and then you go to the market and buy another t-shirt? It takes around 2,700 to 3,000 liters of water from end to end to make this one t-shirt. That's huge, right? And then we don't even think when we're buying that. Please note that number as well. Now, I believe all of us take a nice shower in the morning. And on an average, maybe we take 5 to 10 minutes or 15 minutes. But imagine if you're in the shower for 1 hour and the shower is running continuously. That's the amount of water that is wasted for one t-shirt that you're gonna throw away or to make that one t-shirt out of it. Now, I would like you to raise your hand or just comment 1, 2, 3. Which statement do you think make more sense? Which is more relatable?
Yeah. Anyone would like to say something? What's your take on that, Purvi? Tell us.
So what do you think, Dr. Amrita? Like, which one do you think was like more relatable and understandable to you?
Well, I am really surprised because all the three statements have got a very close connection to sustainability, and nobody would have ever wondered. And on one part, we talk about so many people don't even have clothes to wear, and the other part, we talk about there's so many clothes that we just throw. And the third concept of that, which you have put forward as a light, is how much of energy and sustainability is related with one textile composition. And we never think about all these things which are the inputs of what is one single output. But the aspect of that output in terms of fashion and trends and terms of our looks is only the consideration that we make, but we really don't think about all these things. And I think this is an important part of literacy. And this will help us to understand not only just our needs to be very simple and to understand how important it is to make decisions in a proper way when it comes to your lifestyle and buying and working, but in other terms, it is also conserving your environment and it is working towards your sustainability. That's
Yeah.
really very beautiful concept. Over to
Yeah,
you.
that is correct. But on that, what I wanted to highlight was how do you tell the story? So yes, we have come away that we have a solution. Then second part is we put the data and numbers to it. Now the third part is how do we put the story? So you see, at one part when you just give a global number, like look, this much liters of water is wasted, it doesn't really connect with the people, right? But the minute you say like, you know, you're taking 40 minutes of shower in the morning, and that's equivalent to the amount of water that is wasted the next time you go to Zara to buy one t-shirt. And then you will think every morning, you will think. And today, I actually want to instill that mindset because all of us are working so hard. All of us has amazing ideas. And I think all of us are informed well enough. So I don't want to add like more information or technical knowledge on this forum. I just want to help you envision or make your stories in a way that helps mobilize the people, that helps connect to the emotions of the people, and ultimately bring change. And I tell you why it's important. COP30 has failed to do so. Unfortunately, if you would have been following with the latest news and everything, you know the pushback of the treaty with respect to the fossil fuels and carbon credits, which we recently discussed. In fact, that's actually also was one of the major topics, like why carbon credits got pushed so much ahead and the core things was pushed so much down, specifically, you know, for countries like Indonesia. It doesn't make sense if West countries start buying carbon credits from them like at cheaper prices, or even from India, because you're then undermining your things. It's easy, you know, you can sell your carbon credits for cheap. It's very cheap price for the Europe, but are you actually doing anything good? Are you mobilizing people? Are you really saving that water and that forest? In fact, I don't know how many of you know that, but before COP30 initiated in Brazil, Brazil actually approved one of the mining projects. It's so you see, it really failed to tell the story. And that's not what I'm saying. That's what scientists are saying. And that's actually in the open letter to the COP30, which says that we have clear scientific target. We agree. We have clear data. Okay, done. What was missing? Why are we not able to connect with the people? Where is that money? Climate finance was such a big topic in COP30, right? But it also didn't go through. It somehow moved towards carbon credit. Why? Why are people not paying money? Like, let's say why the I don't want to be political, but the extreme right are not really invested in financing climate thing, because there is no storytelling, there is no clear connection. We fail to show the urgency, there is no characterization. So I think I would really love for all of you to please take a moment every week, not just like a moment right now, but every week, and think that how can you build a story which really connect, level up, like build a like down to up story, then it kind of builds a pyramid and it connects to all levels of the global issues, not just the sustainability, but also economic, social side, and just see all the impacts around it. And if you need certain references on that, you can think of a concept as a triple bottom line, or you can think of a concept on circular economy, that okay, just very simple example. Why you think that metal recycling is getting so big? Because there is like a direct storyline towards it, right? That okay, there is a money involved, you get your money back, mining is getting more expensive, resources are getting limited, so on and so forth. And you're able to like imagine like a child is working there, or let's say the unprivileged workers are working there, and you think, okay, this can work, it will save money, it will save people, and then yeah, we can make an impact also. But for a lot of things, let's say I also remember we spoke about this religious pushing of sustainability, and I can give you an example from my case. So I and my parents visit temples in Rajasthan every year. So it was 4 years back then, and I was not that keen of visiting temple. Let's say as a kid, you're always like, no, I don't want to go here, I don't want to go there. So I was just staying outside the temple, and I saw everyone was using a lot of plastic bags to like put flowers and prasad and all those kind of things. That's very emotional. And I went to them and I said, why are you using plastic? No, 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 girl, it has to be very pure. It has to be like posh, and like you can't touch it. It has to be pristine. I'm like, but plastic is bad for the environment. We don't understand such things. Like you can't like mobilize village people like that. Like this city girl, what she's talking, she doesn't know. She lives in Europe and she's just telling us what to do. And what I started doing is I started picking trash myself, like one by one, one by one. I took a big thing. Then actually I did it with my mom. So we had like 3 big trash bags. And then what we started doing is we started taking that big trash bags with us so that people can see like, oh my God, it is that much of trash. And then they were like, oh, that's the impact. And then I was showing like, look, this is the amount of plastic that is going in the same place where cows are grazing, because, right outside the temple, cows are eating a lot of these scrapes, and along with that, the plastic thing. And what happened, this is 4-5 years back, okay? This year, my parents visited that temple again. You won't believe, plastic is banned in that temple. People don't like using plastic. It has totally become a plastic-free place. And then trustee noticed it, and trustee also were like, remembered, like, this is the reason that happened. So stories matter. And sometimes it doesn't even need any money or any efforts. I hope it just validates what I'm also trying to say with my little example, and it makes a lot of sense to what I'm saying. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, feel free. And just on a last note about me, I'm a chartered accountant from India. Then I did my Master's of Science in Sustainability from the Netherlands. I represented my university at Netherlands level for sustainability movements. And I also do consultancy, finance and sustainability consultancy, around business modeling and all those kind of issues, like to really, I take them from 0 to 1. I have worked with over 100 food companies in the Netherlands, and last year I was awarded as top 50 under 35 impact makers of the Netherlands in the food industry. So thank you.
Thank you. That's lovely, Purvi. I think definitely stories make a difference, and these stories are those parts of our lives that we can correlate and connect with the nature. We can correlate and connect with our lives. Otherwise, there are two aspects. One is just, which is, I would say, it's a virtual reality, and the other is the reality, which people see on the screen, which people see in the conferences, which people see in the webinars. but what is the reality is something different. And the real stories of what comes to our way makes a real meaning.
Yeah.
This.
I know,
Your-
and Amrita
your-
had so much discussions on it for over last 3-4 years. Yes.
Yeah, I'm really glad we could make it, and I'm really happy for you, Pla, and keep it smart and sustainable. Before we move to Charles Appleby in UK, Dr. Anukul, your comments, and Dr. Lakshmiji, your comments quickly. Yes.
I think it was such a pleasure listening to Purvi, because her thoughts are absolutely accurate, and I wished all of us are exactly like her, to be able to take straight how. At the same time, I just had one small issue, not about this thing particular, is the concept of democracies. We all have the right to do various things, but we are often influenced by things from outside to do and behave in a certain way. And that's where I wanted to say IGO, between IGO and NGOs. NGOs are closer to the farmers, and they understand the land and the trees and the plants much more than the people who are guys like me sitting in a chair and trying to wonder what the gardens and greens and trees would be like. And then we implement orders and say, this is how the governments are going to act. It does not necessarily work out that way. I have only learned over time that if I have to learn something and want to know about trees, plants, and crops, I better go to the farmer and ask him, how would you understand this? So that's my overall conclusion for this. But great work, Purvi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anukul. And I totally agree with you, because Amrita knows I was also involved in one impact project in India where I worked with over 2,500 indigenous farmers from Chhattisgarh MP region. And what you say totally makes sense, because I actually first went to IGO, then went to NGO, and then ultimately I learned, everyone is stupid. What farmer is telling that how to test this soil organic, I need not go to a lab. I would trust this farmer for the word.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Lakshmi, your comments, please.
Namaste to all of you.
Global namaste. Yeah.
Very well done. Netherlands. You're from Netherlands, Purvi. Good job. I completely agree with whatever you say, but I would also add that a regenerative economy also would help a lot for us to, come together and build better and a very efficient environmental examples. This is what I was thinking. I will just tell you all, because I am totally into environment. So I'm so close to it that I would all the time would say, let's do something for the environment. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Purvi, for joining us, and please stay around as we are moving to United Kingdom with Charles Appleby. And we will be discussing more about what is sustainability and how these efforts are important. Global Namaste, Charles. Charles
Hello.
Appleby is a co-founder of Fly Greener and a board member of international NGO Saving Our Planet based in London. Charles is focused both on limiting global warming to below 2C and on tackling extreme poverty simply by planting fruit trees. Thanks to the generous donors, around so many trees have been planted, isn't it, Charles? I would not disclose the number because I want you to disclose the number of how many trees have been planted. And over to you for the coming hour. We have you as well as the delegates who have joined the COP30. Global Namaste, and yes.
Super. Thank you so much. Big welcome to everybody here. Thank you so much for this opportunity of talking to you this afternoon. And want, first of all, quickly to introduce our amazing team. So Sienna Bassi, one of our team, and Muskan Banatwala, both of them were actually at COP30 over the last couple of weeks. And so it's a real pleasure to introduce them to yourselves and for them to talk a little bit about what they were doing. But first of all, let me just say a few words. Amrita asked the question about trees. Thanks to our donors, and it is thanks to the donors, absolutely. My role is just to facilitate this. But we've planted 1.8 million trees over the last few years, and we need to plant so many more. So let's just talk about, first of all, why we're doing this, and then I'll hand over to Sienna to give her introduction. So why are we doing all this? Why is this so important? And for me, it's really about absolutely need to tackle climate change because of the risk of climate tipping points. It's all very well for President Trump to say that he doesn't believe in climate and it's a hoax. He doesn't believe in global warming and that it's a hoax. But the reality is that the scientists have put a huge amount of work into this over a 40-year period. And one of the things that they're saying, which is most frightening to me, is about these tipping points. So one of the tipping points is about coral reefs. Now, one can say, oh, well, it's about people going on holiday and all this sort of stuff, and it's not particularly important. But the reality is that a lot of people in different parts of the world actually make a living off coral reefs because they're such amazing places for fish and everything to grow. So by losing the coral reefs, we're at a tipping point of losing the fish, losing the livelihoods, and all of this sort of thing. And then a second one, which is very frightening for many people across the world, is melting of Antarctic ice. Because what this is all about, this is about melting ice causing sea levels to rise. If sea levels to rise, then parts of major cities, major capital cities across the world go underwater, and countries like Bangladesh struggle, and certain small island states could lose their land altogether. But so this affects everybody. It affects everybody on the coastal areas of every country which has got a coastline, which is many countries. Okay, not all, but this is such a serious thing. And we're talking about not just a few inches, we're talking about the potential of meters of sea level rise. So Sienna's just messaged me to say she's popped out for a minute. So Muskan, would you like to would you like to take over and say a few words to introduce yourself?
Hi, thank you, Charles, and thank you for having me on this esteemed panel. It is a pleasure. I'm Muskan Banatwala, and I have just completed my master's from the King's College London, where I studied conflict security and development. So the focus of my research has been grassroots and community-driven involvement in formalized processes by the UN in peace processes after conflict, and to see how community-driven mechanisms essentially lay a foundation for more equitable, more participatory, and long-term durable reintegration in fragile contexts and within vulnerable populations. And that is exactly what I have been doing here at COP. I am still in Brazil. I'll be flying out tonight. And it has been such an experience, such a pleasure talking to people from all over the world, and not just all over the world, but the people that have been living the realities of the climate crisis. Living in the UK and earlier in the Netherlands, I've been quite detached from the realities, and I haven't felt them myself until I came back here. And it's been really eye-opening to talk to Indigenous people, to talk to local populations, to talk to the most vulnerable and the most affected people of climate change, to really understand the gap that exists between policy, between the negotiations, between diplomacy, and the ground realities of what's actually happening, and what all of you guys have been talking about today.
Okay, thank you so much. Would someone be able to put is Sienna back live with us here now? Is she on
Yes, I'm
screen?
here. Sorry, my Wi-Fi is being a little tricky, but here I am
Okay.
now.
Would someone like to put her on screen so we can talk to her properly? Okay. Okay, so well, would you like to say a few words, Sienna, about your time at COP30, and if someone could put her on spotlighter onto screen while she's talking, that would be most helpful.
Yes. So okay, I cut out a little bit with the Wi-Fi, but I will give you who I am and my time at COP, like
If you can
in a few
spotlight
words.
Sienna, please. Perfect. Thank you. Sienna, over to
Brilliant.
you.
Cool. Hi, I'm Sienna. I was in COP30 the week before this one. So the week of ambition, the week of all the buzz, everybody coming together and getting excited for decisions to be made. I've been working with Charles in IHV and with No CO2 on our tree planting projects for about a year now. And it's been a really, really exciting and important space to work in. I am an engineering student. I'm at university right now. And I'm most interested in the energy sector, so sort of energy efficiency, clean energy generation, things like this. So I was following a lot of the negotiation tracks on just transition. And on the energy days, I tried to follow all of the funds that came out. The exciting thing about COP is while a lot more can be done and needs to be done, a lot of outcomes have happened. So we've clearly come a long way since the Paris Agreement, from being predicted to a 4-degree rise to between 1 and 8 degrees. So the policies of that, the energy at COP is that, as Muskan was saying, the voices of the people who are experiencing this, they have had a chance to be sort of empowered and be listened to. I, again, have come from quite a privileged background, so I haven't come across climate disasters one-on-one, but in a lot of youth-led climate forums, people had personal experiences with floods and climate-driven disasters, which everyone would talk about being in the future. Like, oh, the youth, the generations after us have to deal with this later. They are dealing with it now. So things are being done, people are speaking out, and people are listening. So it was a really exciting time to be there and to see the momentum and to kind of be part of it and kind of collaborate and find the people who are on the same track and push forward for this new green movement. Yeah.
Super. Thank you so much, Sienna. So I'm going to say a few words now about the outcome of COP30, so as everyone's aware. And then after that, let's go back to Muskan to tell us more about her experience of particularly of the last few days in Brazil during the negotiations. So if you haven't heard, the outcome of COP30 was very mixed. I particularly like the Guardian article today. Easy way of accessing that is to look at my LinkedIn. I posted about this Guardian article with my comments. So a lot of comments came through this morning first thing, which were really very negative. And I thought, oh my goodness, what's happened here? This is really, really bad. And then I started to read some other comments which were more balanced. And with all of these things, it's very important, I think, to look at things with different views. So there's a negative view that not very much happened. In fact, someone said nothing happened at all. It was a waste of time. On the other hand, other people were saying, well, some things were achieved. It's small progress. But for me, as I've been saying at the beginning of this 2 weeks, I believe it's vitally important to engage everybody in this process of tackling climate change, because clearly world leaders, for whatever reason, some of them are basically, they've got handcuffs on them from the fossil fuel industry, which is stopping them doing what they need. And so I particularly want to congratulate the last two speakers, Sienna Patel and the other speaker that we had here from the Netherlands, talking about what she was doing in the Netherlands and her projects, Purvi Sankla. For me, it's so critically important that we have many, many people understanding the subject as well as Sienna Patel did, taking action like Purvi was doing. If millions of people across the world take these sort of actions, then we will not have the sort of situation that we've got currently at the moment, which is where we are facing a very, very serious climate problem. So overall, the summary really is that not enough has been done at COP30 to stave off climate breakdown. A roadmap to halting deforestation. I mean, we're in Brazil, which is the focus of billions of trees in the Amazon rainforest. Not even in Brazil could a roadmap to halting deforestation be agreed, and it was dropped from the final agreement. And that only a voluntary agreement was achieved to even begin discussions on a roadmap to the phase out of fossil fuels. But this is something we can all do. We can all take action. We can all take action on fossil fuels. Do you really need to use fossil fuels? Do you need to travel by air? If you do need to travel by air, then we ourselves, as Fly Greener, what Fly Greener is all about, it does what it says. It's making it really easy to fly greener. If you have to fly, then you can remove your CO2 emissions, and hence you can fly greener. So we need people to take action on this. And the team that we had with Sienna and Muskan at COP30 was actually a great success. So my reports I got back here in London from what they were doing is that overall our two delegates found strong support for our aims, which is to plant more fruit trees, to build mental resilience and youth leadership with young people, and to provide trauma relief following disasters. So on all of those areas, our team achieved great progress. So look, over to Muskan. Muskan, tell us a bit more about what you found, what was actually going on here. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. So yeah, I think this has been is something all of us have been talking about, and I think everyone realizes this now more than ever. But for change to happen, we need to have the people that are affected by it to tell us what needs to be done. And I just wanna preface this a little bit with the UN system and the UNFCCC system and how it actually functions. So at COP3, say nearly 30 years ago now, the Kyoto Protocol was proposed to target emissions from industrialized countries, and these agreements essentially paved way for carbon markets, allowing countries and corporations to trade essentially pollution credits instead of actually cutting down emissions. And the US at the time had signed it, but they never ratified it, and Canada later withdrew from it. And what I'm trying to say here is that what came out of COP3 all the way back then was not just climate justice, but a system that allowed the global north to maintain its power and its profit while still exporting the consequences. And that's something that we see even now. We always call upon the Philippines, for example, for being the biggest polluter of waste management. But at the end of the day, it's a source of their livelihood. And it is a way that just like countries are under debt for development, countries are now under debt for climate loans, and which essentially should have been grant-based loans. And these are the kinds of realizations and the kinds of dialogues that have come out of the last week of COP and the COP of implementation, essentially the week of implementation. And I wouldn't say that it's all pessimistic and it's all bad. There has been some really incredible civil society engagement, civil society work that has been put in, and a lot of pressure that has been put onto the governments to essentially lead to the decisions that and the resolutions that we have today at the conclusion of COP. And one of the things that stood out was a constant battle between trying to implement the BAM, the Billion Action Mechanism. And this is a mechanism, essentially one of the largest, most comprehensive civil society engagements that advocate for a just transition, and a transition that is embedded in indigenous governance, in protecting forests, lands, diversity, improving accountability, and channeling climate finance directly to indigenous communities, something that we've been lacking for so long, because as we all know, climate financing is something that seldom reaches the people that actually need that financing. And this ensures that the Paris Agreement and the NDC updates benefit and involve indigenous people. And so it's shown a very strong support from the civil society in the inclusion of climate transition. somebody mentioned in the comments earlier, I think it was Chloe, she said the fossil fuel phase out didn't make it to the final resolution. Unfortunately, it didn't. While it does mention it, and while it does show that it's been tokenized to be mentioned within the final resolution, we don't have a mandate, we don't have a deadline, and we don't have a comprehensive mechanism to phase out these fossil fuels. However, something that did come out of it, that is the Netherlands and Colombia have introduced the first conference and summit essentially for the phasing out of fossil fuels, which will happen in Santa Maria, Colombia, I believe in the last week of April next year. And that is something that was a win. So what I'm trying to say essentially is it wasn't all bad and it wasn't all good. I think the UN system at the end of the day has worked exactly in the way that it is supposed to work and the way that it was required to work always. However, now we've gained momentum on Indigenous involvement and local involvement, and essentially the voices of those that are most vulnerable to climate change. And so a couple of the quick questions and the overarching questions of COP essentially were, can Brazil finally take action to protect the rainforests? And well, let's highlight the TFFF, the Tropical Forest Forever Facility, that proposed a 125 billion endowment SAL fund dedicated to protection of forests. And about 20% of these funds are going to go directly to Indigenous communities, which has been a historic shift. And it also focuses on long-term revenue generation through short-term pledging. And it provides global financing structures to keep these forests standing, not just for reforestation after loss, but to protect the ones that still exist. Something else that has been in conversation, has been in debate, is can these unstoppable increases in CO2 emission be halted? While COP30 produced one of the strongest transitional languages ever agreed, and that's something that has been reflected in the conclusions yesterday, where we stated the need to transition away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. As I mentioned earlier, it stopped short of that, and it stopped short of naming a fossil fuel phase out. This was resisted by major economies, India being one of them, China, Saudi Arabia, Russia, and it really does reflect their own personal interests and the gains and the limitations that their economy and their country would have to deal with as a repercussion. And lastly, what I wanted to point out is the 1.3 trillion need annually for the possibility of mobilization. Unfortunately, COP did not reach the full financing target, but it did trigger a very important foundational reform that makes future mobilization a lot more realistic. We're not talking in predictive terms anymore. We're talking about actual ground realities of what can be done. So we're talking about the creation of a circle of finance ministers that align national fiscal policies to climate goals. There have been commitments to reform from the multilateral development banks for climate-aligned lending and the expansion of blended finance models. So we're not simply focused on and limited by loans, but we're looking into grants, we're looking into alternative mechanisms that don't essentially persecute developing countries that potentially do not have the means to pay back these loans after achieving their climate goals. And it goes back into that same vicious cycle of what we call modern day imperialism and modern colonialism. And I'm using strong terms here because that is the effect that we've seen, and that is the realization that I feel like now the global south, global north has begun understanding. And when you talk about fossil fuel lobbyists and when you talk about people that are blocking these resolutions, we always wonder whether if it's a far right or a far left problem. It's not. It's a global north versus a global south problem. And I think that distinction has been very clear this year and very clear in the last week, where civil society from all over the world has come together and pushed for resolutions and actually had enough pressure For example, Ed Miliband from the UK constantly in the last week kept blocking the just transition mechanisms with justification for market-based approaches and economic-based approaches. But we saw on the last day that pressure from civil society, pressure from the Climate Action Network, from the people that were involved in the Belaine Action Mechanism have applied enough pressure for the UK to then support this resolution, and that tipping has been monumental to the resolutions and the responses that we have today. So yeah, I would like to stop there and just leave everyone with a minute to just process all of that and see what they feel. Charles, I believe you're on mute.
Okay, thank you. So question for you on that, if I may, Muskan, before we come to Sienna again. The 80 countries plus at COP wanted to get the fossil fuel wording included. So a compromise agreement was made to have this conference organized by Colombia and a separate roadmap to be developed. Now, one of the problems with the whole COP process is that there has to be a unanimous decision. There's 195 countries, and the strength of opposition, I have to say, unfortunately, there has been opposition to action for many years from Saudi Arabia and some other oil-producing countries. So the story this year seemed to be that the opposition came from, first of all, from Trump not being there, that emboldening Saudi Arabia to feel they could do more. They teamed up with Russia and also with multiple other petrostates. So do you feel, with what's going on here, Muskan, do you feel that we're heading for a potential separation with the COP process, maybe agreeing that decisions don't have to be unanimous, and there being a sort of more of a coalition of the willing, something like what happens in international trade agreements and with the EU, where these trading blocs, in whatever form they are, they agree a purpose, they agree action, they agree benefits to the members, and they have walls built against non-members, so non-members have to pay more. So do you think we're sort of finally approaching that stage in things, Muskan?
I think when we talk about a coalition of the willing, those that are most willing are countries in the global south, the countries that are most affected by climate catastrophes, that feel the effects more than anyone. I've been here for the last week and it's been hot, it's been raining every day, it's been humid. And yesterday I spoke to someone, a local here, and it doesn't rain every day. Yes, we're near the equator and we're 100 miles from the equator, but it's not supposed to rain every day. And yeah, so when we go back to the coalition of the willing, the problem with that is that the countries that are more willing are the ones that have the least power. And when you talk about having countries that are blocked out and pay more, there's really very little that can be done when the power and the money and the resources are in the countries that essentially benefit from not having these coalitions. And unfortunately, that is just how the world works. I think we've seen it with Trump pulling out. It really didn't. It's one day he woke up and he said, I'm not going to do this, and there was nothing anybody could have done about it. So I unfortunately am not very optimistic on how well something like that could work. And this also comes from the very fundamental issue with carbon financing is that when you talk about carbon financing and you talk about the adaptation of climate financing, a lot of the larger players step back from it simply because it's not a profitability mechanism. So at the end of the day, what we realize is that if you can't make money off of it and you can't have diplomatic power out of it, it will very seldom make it to the decision-making table. And if we really want impact, then we have to go to the people that can create the impact. And unfortunately, the UN system has been functioning and been facilitating in the way that the people that can make the impact are least willing and have the least, so to say, they have the least will to make that impact because it doesn't physically and doesn't outright affect them.
Wow. Okay. A lot to think about there, Muskan. Thank you. So let's go quickly over to Sienna. Sienna, over to you.
Yes, I completely agree with Muskan with yes, the system has a long way to go before it can be very effective. But I spoke to a few negotiators and they also understand this, especially because they know they don't have the power to do that much because they're representing their country as well and they've been told specific aims. So when Charles was mentioning being handcuffs, they unfortunately are to some extent. There are so many external factors here and there, but it's the mechanism, it's currently what we have. So in any way, we have to utilize it. And again, the people need to be at the center of the decision, as Muskan said. And we're getting closer and closer to that, especially as people are fighting for their voices, as we've seen in many of the protests. People who deserve to be in the room to make decisions about their own land, they are asking for the right to do that, which I think is what should, this was supposed to be the COP of the people. So people are trying to reclaim where they live. And one of the Brazilian youth negotiators, some people are making decisions completely about your life without regard to who you are, what your ideals are, how you live. They have no idea about you, but they're making decisions over your land. So that's how the UNFCCC can feel sometimes. But now they're trying to include Indigenous people, Indigenous knowledge, like to be ingrained in the heart of all decisions. And also, Muskan also mentioned like in Philippines that they have like, for example, a lot of waste, but that fuels the economy. And the thing is, we cannot like ignore that all of these issues are interconnected to climate change. We can't just fix climate change. Oh, everything else, we'll just have to deal with it. Everything has to be intertwined. And a big thing here at COP was health, the link between health and climate change. And the Belém Action Plan for Health was actually launched, which is really exciting. I think $300 million were pledged to be in sort of this health and climate space. And it's also very similarly linked to IHV, where you have mental health, trauma relief, disaster, climate-driven disasters causing like adverse effects in mental health. And obviously, if your internal environment is not great, how are you supposed to look after your external environment? And health in general is obviously very, very linked to climate in terms of, for example, someone spoke about switching diesel pumps to solar pumps. And the difference is the laborious work that goes into a diesel pump, the smoke that sits in people's lungs versus solar pumps, which is a push of a button. So like the intertwining solutions of climate, health, economy, that's the way forward. So COP kind of, well, hopefully, and is starting to acknowledge that all of these different issues are all part of one. So yeah, I think I'm kind of positive about what's to come. Like, yes, we have a long way to come, but no challenge, no fun as well.
Okay. So thank you for that, Sienna. Let's come back to you in a minute. And but what I'd like to do is to take this opportunity of talking about this concept of one world and our world. I mean, the answers that Muskan in particular has been talking about really are highlighting the complexity, the global north versus global south issues. There's a lot of things here that really people are quite disconnected from. So I really want to take the opportunity here of highlighting that this is one world. We have one world. We're all part of this, and if we want, we can take action to do something about all this stuff. Okay, no one here is a global leader, but everyone can do something. Everyone can influence what's actually going on. So I'd highlight that with our Fly Greener, our tree planting, that we're an NGO. Saving Our Planet's an NGO, the IHV is an NGO, the people who plant the trees are an NGO. And one of the things is that a lot of money gets taken out of projects in in developing countries because of the cost of taking action and the need for people to take profit on the way. So we're not doing that here with Fly Greener. The money is going through to the people who need it, who are in extreme poverty. And so back to this theme of really, it's our world, it's one world, we're all part of one world. And if we more of us can take action, like we've heard from the amazing people who spoke earlier, if more of us can take action and do stuff, encourage people to do things, make our own decisions to reduce the emissions that we have, encourage people to join our projects. All of these sort of things make a real difference, and we can make a difference in our lives. We all spend money. We spend a load of money on all sorts of stuff. If we spent money on stuff which is more sustainable, then it will help. So you've got the choice now. There's so many discussions about what we're supposed to be eating. If you eat organic food, okay, in the UK it's significantly more expensive. But on the other hand, reports are now saying that ultra-processed food, which is what companies are providing and actually provides 50% of UK diets apparently, is actually not good for us. So this decision about what we eat, what we do, where we go, do we fly, do we compensate for our flights, all of these sort of things are all within our own decision-making power. And if we can reach out to other people and persuade other people to do the right thing as well, then that's going to be hugely beneficial. But let's come back to Sienna to tell us a bit more about your views. What happened? Tell us a bit more about what people were saying during your week there, Sienna, please.
Yeah, so when I was there, there are different negotiation rooms, but there are also pavilions. And at the pavilions, there are different countries and there are also different organizations. I spoke, for example, with at the World Green Economy Pavilion, and with the Commonwealth on how we think the green transition, like the resources we're going to need to go further. And one of the main things they actually brought up was empowering youth and empowering younger people to kind of go into this space of, like, from the beginning of any career, of everything, sustainability can be at the heart of it. And that's how it should be. People don't need to go into separate sort of green careers, but in everything they do, like, we need to show people that having sustainability at the heart of it is the key. So they talked a lot about spreading out education programs, and financing opportunities for younger people to get into this space. And also a big thing at COP was just finance, mobilizing finance. As Muskan mentioned, this is the implementation COP. So I was in a lot of the negotiations where people literally, like some of the parties, for example, India, they raised their plaque and they just said, why are we still talking about this? Why are we still in informal dialogue? We should be at the next stage by now. We know this is important. We need to mobilize our finance and we need to know how and where it's going to come from. So a lot of the talk is, can we stop talking about this, please? Let's make some action, which was actually very exciting to hear. Obviously, COP is a space for talks to go on. So again, like, it is a good space and time to collect ideas, to empower other people's voices. But a lot of the conversations were on, okay, where's the finance going to come from? And I think the UNFCCC have published a document with the outcomes of COP. And there's actually the stats, the numbers, the financial pledges that have come out for each sector. So it's really exciting that even though not enough money is there, some money is being put down, which is pretty good. I don't know if you've seen, but there was the mitigation plan, which was about to be adopted, but then Colombia said, we don't want to be in this because it doesn't align with the science targets. We want that in there. Otherwise, how can we agree to this when it's just not up to standard? So it's excellent that Muskan highlighted they've now got a fossil phase out conference themselves. So people are pushing for more, they're demanding more. It might not be happening unanimously, with everybody, but at every single level, people can make a difference. And there are people fighting to make that difference. And it's not just we should do it. For some people, it is survival. And that was highlighted at COP, especially because there were the recent climatic disasters in Jamaica, and people from Jamaica were there saying, we've lost a third of our GDP and we're not getting reparations and we need to do something about it. And if we don't keep 1.5 alive, this is survival. This is not just, this would be ideal. It is impacting people's lives. So there is the momentum, there is the movement, there needs to be more, but we're moving the conversation from a conversation to action, which is really exciting.
So Sienna, I'm going to ask you to tell us a bit about your the meeting you attended with Al Gore, because you got the most amazing photograph Sienna with Al Gore, which I've put on the Fly Greener website as a blog post. So take a look at it there. It's an amazing photograph. But what I like about Al Gore is that he was a politician who, back in 2006, put climate change on the agenda of the world for everybody with the film An Inconvenient Truth, which is a documentary which loads of people bought, including myself. But without the sort of social media and all this sort of stuff at the time, what actually happened is that you watched the film and you thought, oh my goodness, this is bad. This is really bad. But it wasn't really a follow-up in the way that there would be now. And so you sort of went off and got a cup of tea or something and you thought, well, you gradually forgot about it and it sort of subsided in your mind rather than rising to the top as an action that we should all be taking. But I really like the comment that Al Gore made just last week to say that he felt that we were past peak Trump. So peak Trump is now over. But Sienna, I don't want to steal your thunder here. Tell us more about Al Gore.
Yeah, he was brilliant. I was actually in the same room when he said that, which was absolutely incredible, unbelievable when I read it. And I was like, oh, wow, that's crazy. But unfortunately, he follows that with a note of, oh, there's a story of somebody falling off a building. And they say, oh, it's all good so far because they haven't seen what's ahead. So he was a bit cautious in his statement. The wonderful thing about Al Gore is he was pushing the momentum. How he described it was there's a big wheel turning in the right direction, climate-wise, economy-wise, but there are many little tiny wheels going the other way. We can't focus on those. We have to find the people who align with us and push forwards. What he said was obviously the US weren't there. So yes, it's quite a big thing and it's not ideal, but he also said 195 minus 1 does not equal 0. One country has pulled out. Everybody else is here, they're fighting for difference, and everybody's voices should be and are equal. So we have to keep pushing with what we have, because what's the point otherwise? We can't just be like, oh, one's out, or we might as well give up, But there's so much going on. We would really miss out on the opportunity to get involved and be part of the right side of history. So
The 195 minus 1, I think, is such an important comment, Sienna, in the context of this week, because with the negotiations over the last 2 or 3 days getting so rough, I think I felt there was a real possibility that some other countries might drop out. So anyway, we're past that point. It won't happen for another 11 months maybe. So back over to Muskan. Muskan, you were there during the week. You were there during the fire and everything. Climate-wise, putting the fire to one side, what else came out of this for you? So you had some great discussions with people who were really interested in our offer, which is the offer of the trees, the youth leadership, the mental resilience, all of this. Tell us a bit more about that, if you would.
So I think one of the best things that has come out of this is that we've managed to create a very lasting and a very strong connection, which started off by Sienna and then further taken away with me, was with the Commonwealth. And the Commonwealth has been a strategic partner of IHV UK, along with Rotary UK. And so those were 2 partnerships that we cemented here in Brazil to increase our impact. So with the Commonwealth, they have been incredibly keen to have our programs embedded within their offices for the wellness of their employees and the wellness of their people, so they can continue doing the work that they do while we facilitate them through the work that we do. When it comes to the Rotary, it is a massive, massive global network of change makers, of very, very dedicated people to not just climate change and not just peace building, but for human values. And one thing that has come out very strongly is that the COP this year was about human values and protecting human rights, because the climate crisis is not a climate problem, it's a human rights problem. And these are realizations and these are connections that I managed to build and get a chance to see up close, because there's so many more people that think exactly the way we do. And it's really important to bring all of us together in one room. So that is on the organizational standpoint. When it comes to countries, I had the chance to talk to a lot of presidencies from the African Union and from other African countries. Two very outstanding ones were Sierra Leone and Ghana, where the need for reforestation, the need for youth mental health, youth resilience, and youth leadership has been monumental and paramount to their NDCs and their contributions and their plans for what they would like to do as countries. Ghana and Sierra Leone both have been very, very keen to expand our climate action projects and also include a wing of youth mental health and youth leadership embedded within these reforestation projects. So the idea is that we're no longer just talking about reforestation and alternative livelihoods and reduction of poverty, but we're also bringing in an aspect of youth mental health and youth involvement and participation within these frameworks that essentially work in tandem with each other. And there's only the only way we can reach a solution is to reach a holistic solution, because as Sienna pointed out earlier, this is an interconnected problem. I don't think it is viable for us to work in silos anymore. You can't address climate change by only addressing climate change without looking at human rights, without looking at poverty, without looking at indigenous involvement, without looking at mental health, without looking at all of these factors that just come in together so seamlessly. And yeah, those are the kind of relationships that I have managed to build this week. And I think more than anything, it was an honor to be able to do this and to be able to connect and bridge all of these solutions and bring it all to one place. And I think that's also the power of COP. Yes, there are a lot of issues and a lot of levels of functionality within COP, but it provides a platform for these discussions to happen, and a platform to bring together people that are actually really, really involved and care about the climate and care about human rights. So yeah, that is the work that we've been doing.
Super. And you say that with such a strong smile, Muskan. Thank you so much. So, Amrita, I'm sure people may want to have some questions. So just before people do that, let me build on what Muskan was saying here. Our organizations, we're very open to and be very pleased to have people in whatever capacity joining us. We've got loads of potential roles here. So you can message myself through LinkedIn, or you can message, if it's about IHV, you can mention Sienna or Muskan directly, or just message me. But say we've got a range of roles, volunteers, got some paid roles, all sorts of things for people who are interested in taking action and doing more with this. It'd be great to hear from people. And the other point about this is that volunteering with our organization really develops people. We've got some great mentors in our organization, and that's a key part to bring people forward to achieve their potential in life. I was with Muskan when she asked a very high-powered Texan at a conference in London. She and I both discussed it, and I said, "Yeah, you've really got to ask this guy for a job." Which was a lot of fun for her. Yeah, she's not going to be working in Texas for the moment, but give it time. Okay, so over to Amrita, if you'd like to invite people to put forward questions or whatever, we'd be pleased to hear from you. Thank you.
So Anukul, go ahead. You've got comments to make. Thank you.
Sure. I did have, it was a real breath of fresh air hearing Muskan and Sienna today, and particularly with Charles' support, and also listening to Purvi in the past. What's very important is I had a few odd issues, interestingly, about how information technology was working in tandem with various aspects of genetics, and also patenting of plants and their seeds, etc. So that's one thing that I was wondering where things are right now. Are these particular plants and other vegetations in these areas are being patented? And if at all they are being patented, where are they being patented? And then next thing is, I wanted to ask Charles in particular, what proportion of money which are given to various NGOs are actually spent on action on ground. I mean, as I'm sure you must have looked into it in various other organizations, but I do not know which organization spends how much, but what proportions are spent, I still don't know. Now, the thing is, what do you think of the role of economics versus financing? I'm talking of economics as a tool of understanding how the worlds work, as opposed to financing at local levels.
Okay, I don't know if anybody else has got anything to add about genetics, but what's very important in these countries, so I'm familiar with tree planting both in Brazil and in Madagascar. It's really, really important to plant local indigenous trees in all of these areas. I don't know myself about the genetic aspect of trees. Generally, things to do with things that are patented cost a lot more and hence are a problem. So, anybody else got anything to add on this?
I think I can add just a few words, and I don't know how comprehensive I will be, but I will try. So one of the biggest bioeconomy challenges I think that came out of COP was so first of all, COP launched a bioeconomy challenge, which is a global multi-stakeholder platform that allows individuals to scale sustainable investments into nature-based bioeconomies. And this not only includes biomaterials, but also bioinput and biotechnology. So that's the tandem I think Anupul was mentioning about IT and genetics as a strategic pathway for decarbonization, nature restoration, and inclusive growth. And it includes governments, civil society, businesses, academia, and it's a balance to essentially build with equity. The debate for GMO and biotechnology was that there was active concerns about biotech companies promoting GMOs as innovative agricultural solutions or as climate resilience tools. But I think from what I remember, I think it was Info GM that said this. They said that they mentioned that COP30 they discussed genetically modified yeast for biofuel production, and this raises a lot of ethical and ecological concerns, especially in relation to deforestation. These players essentially frame biotech as a climate solution. But then at the same time, civil society has raised some very important counterpoints about the environment and the social risks that would be attached to this. Moreover, I think the COP30 gave a very strong voice to indigenous people, and I think the role of the Berlin Action Mechanism now also includes this recognition of traditional knowledge systems. And this was very, very well fueled by a lot of climate adaptation dialogues that happened, where we realized that there's a need to maybe not step away, but include more than just Western scientific understanding of what can be done in bioeconomy debates and using traditional knowledge systems. So I'm not sure who mentioned this earlier, but it was something along the lines of when it rains, we see it as weather forecasts and we see it as something that can be scientifically determined. But when you talk to indigenous people, they understand when it's going to rain through the movement of ants, to the weather, to the temperature of the winds, to the speed of the winds. And it actually allows them to predict rainfall for the next year. And so, of course, there's some value to that. And I think Western academia and academia in general often seems to ignore those systems because they're not the most empirically sound. But empirically sound systems are just one way of seeing the environment and one way of seeing any form of scientific production and scientific predictions. And I think that's something that has been very strongly understood and advocated for this year in COP.
Okay.
I hope I answered the question.
Thank you. Anukul, you asked a couple of questions about the economics of this. I think that's very, very important. I mean, I spent 3 years working with my business partner on a tree planting project in Brazil. So it was it was a $20 million project. The impact would have been huge, but the complexity of it just meant that it didn't happen. And it's partly to do with Brazil rules. It was to do with a time when there had been other projects where it meant that companies who got involved had what was perceived as some reputational damage. And just the complexity of the finance meant that it was really difficult to happen. I was really pleased to find the opportunity of working with a new tree planter with this project in Madagascar, because that essentially does a similar thing. It's very, very similar, except that instead of needing $20 million, you can start with £20. Now, what does your £20 do? Your £20 does not fully grow the trees and the whole works, okay? What it does, the £20 covers planting 50 trees in a nursery. So the 50 trees come out of the nursery as saplings. So that includes also a 2-for-1 fund match that we do to make it even better, right? Okay, but realistically, the real impact is driven by the people in the community who take the trees, who plant the trees, and who benefit from the value of the fruit. So the value of the fruit over 20, 30 years is worth 30 times your £20 donation. So £20 donation plants the 50 trees, they remove a ton of CO2 every year, plus that's what the fruit from the trees is worth $600 to the £600 to the farmers who are planting the trees. So the economic benefit of that is huge. But as Muskan said earlier, there's a part of this which is really missing, and which is the economics part of this, in order to give businesses some people some profit out of this activity, which is what the carbon credits is really about. And hence the importance, if possible, to add that dimension to future versions of this, so that we can offer something which is even more attractive to investors and not just to donors. So the package at the moment we've got is very, very attractive to donors and people interested to really make a difference to their air travel, to removing their CO2, to helping tackle poverty from people who are in extreme poverty currently. Okay, so before we move on to the next question, Sienna, would you like to contribute to anything?
Just on GMO, like obviously there's controversy, but it does have the power, obviously, to feed the world. Like our production rates, we need to meet it. And I think in India, like we tripled production and halved the price a while ago with the Green Revolution. So there is promise in that, obviously. But as Muskan also said, there is the danger of people using that kind of branding and greenwashing in those positions. So I actually met some not fossil fuel, but like fertilizer company people at COP. And I was like, I wonder what they're doing here. So it's a bit, they can kind of spin the narrative sometimes and go the wrong way. Like if the intention is not to feed the planet, but it's just profit, let's stick more chemicals in here. It gets a bit dangerous, but there is potential to use it for good.
Okay. Back over to
Thank you.
back over to our host.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you.
Wonderful contribution from you and the two wonderful ladies that you brought, who gave us a lot of report from the COP30 itself. We'll shortly be going to South Africa at Healing Our Earth. We try to cover every continent in each episode. We started with India, went to Indian Ocean, Mauritius, then came back to UK, and we'll shortly be going to South Africa. I want to ask a question to each one of you in a simple format. Charles, you, Muskan, and Sienna. There are many aspects of weather and ozone layer and trees and climate control and etc. that we are worried about. Mentioning just these three, which is the top priority that worries you? So water, we are running out of fresh water to drink. Air quality is becoming very poor in many countries. And trees, we are losing lots and lots of trees. So just concentrating on these three, which is the one that is worrying you the most? Charles, first to you, and then Muskan, then Sienna.
Okay. I think we have to tackle all of these. There are experts in each of them. I don't understand air quality myself, so I wouldn't pretend to get involved in that. For each of these things, there's other people who do, and I think it's really important that they do their bit. And if they do their bit, then it will benefit us all. For me, apart from the trees, which absolutely we need 1 trillion more trees at least, right? Absolutely. But I would highlight water as the big issue. My business partner Rob has done a lot of work on the link between trees and water, and it's trees that basically cause the water vapor to cause rain across wide areas of the Amazon. And with the Amazon drying out, it's water that's critical, but water is critical everywhere. We had a very dry summer in the summer this year in the UK, and everyone looks again at the problems with it. And now, in the winter, now being the UK, of course, we've got people who are flooded out. But anyway, back over to who's next.
Thank you, Muskan. And your priority, or what's really worrying you of these three aspects only? There are many other issues. Which one would you give a priority to?
I think that's a very difficult question that you raise. It's very, very difficult to pick one or the other, because at the end of the day, they all have one combined purpose: is to sustain life. And I think my biggest focus through this week, and even in the kind of research that I do, is the sustenance of life and the sustenance of dignity. And if I have to choose, I would have to say water, because water has the ability in whatever way to affect the air quality. It has the ability to get trees growing, the mortality of saplings, and we're made out of water. It engulfs us, and it would only make sense to go back to the root causes, which I think this COP has really, really emphasized on, addressing not just the symptoms of climate change, but the root causes of climate change. And I think water does remain central to that at the end of the day.
Thank you, Muskan. And Sienna, over to you. Which of these three, there are many aspects, but which of these three worries you and becomes your priority if you are in charge of the world climate control?
Yeah, so I fully agree with Muskan of we can't treat these separately because they are so interconnected. And for that reason, I would say trees, because as Charles mentioned, trees has a direct influence on the hydrosphere and air quality itself. Both of them, like trees, can determine that. So if we plant more trees, obviously both the quality of water and air will get better. Why the separate issues of air quality, like for example, doesn't worry me as much, is that there are excellent examples of how far we have come. For example, in Beijing, the air pollution used to be awful. And in just like when the government paid attention to it, in only a few years, the change was astronomical, especially as people know it directly influences health. And obviously, this is again back to how climate influences health. Trees influence air, influence health. They're all connected. But the separate issues, yes, they're problems, but they can all be solved by interconnected solutions to solve them all. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. Anukul will ask you a bit later on that. Amrita will ask you later. Let's go to South Africa at the moment, and we'll still keep on discussing because we've got open session. Concentrate on air as well. We can live without water for 3 weeks. We can live without food for 3 weeks. We can't live without oxygen or air for more than 3 minutes generally. So it is very worrying factor. Everything is very important. But isn't it fearful that almost each one of these things are shortly going to be depleted? So we better take it seriously. And the young one like you, Muskan and Sienna, go for it. You are the ambassadors for the future. Charles, keep on planting as many trees as you can because trees are also very important. Anukul, your comment before we move to South Africa.
I just wanted to make one final parting statement, and it's not mine. It is what I heard from Sadhguru, is about trying to make children draw their lungs hanging from the trees. And there are many other beings, including insects and various other things which are on the trees. So it's just not leaves, but your lungs and various insects, which are all very important for biodiversity.
So, Charles, you are very important. Plant more trees,
Thank
give
you.
out more oxygen, and then maybe we can survive more than 3 minutes. When it comes to disaster, the COVID showed us that more people died without able to breathe more than anything else. Thank you, Charles, and your comment before we go to South Africa.
Thank you, everybody. If you'd like to help, then we can be very pleased to plant trees for you. If you know somebody as a business who'd like to do something, do please introduce them to what we're doing, and do please spread the message about ourselves and what IHV is doing. Really what everyone here is doing is just so amazing. Please spread the message, get people involved in whatever it is that really is important to you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Muskan. And thank you, Sienna. We stay around. We'll get back to you again because there's a lot more to talk about. But it's time for now to welcome our guest from South Africa, Sister Usha Jeevan. Global Namaste and Om Shanti.
Om Shanti. And good afternoon to everyone, or good evening. So, I thought it was really good. There was a time when I thought, let me just share my thoughts, because Purvi, I think it's Purvi from Netherlands, she was like bringing up that whole idea of how we need to be aware of even a t-shirt that we buy. And the topic that I wanted to speak about is like to be the change. And having myself gone to many COPs, I understand that actually governments, even NGOs, everyone is so busy putting words forward for policies to change. And, you know, when I look at the example in South Africa, we have one of the best constitutions. So we have like the policies in place. But actually the people who implement the policies are the people. The people, if they have the right consciousness and right attitude, can actually make that constitution a reality. So what we have is a document, but not a living reality. And for me, the same thing I understand about COP is that we are fighting so much for a policy to have all the right things in place. But actually the people who are to implement that, the people who have the right heart and the right feeling, hasn't actually shifted and changed. And so, for example, from a t-shirt that I wear, or being vegan, or having a meat-free Monday, all these kind of things, which means personal sacrifice, personal transition, are we as individuals ready to make that kind of change for the sake of the planet? And I think this is something what can only happen when we actually build capacity of the individual. I want to share a very simplistic story that really reminds me of a man who was reading his newspaper, and his little boy was really becoming a bit impatient. He wanted his father's attention. And so as the father was reading the paper, on the side that the father was looking, there was a picture of the world map, and his son was quite little. So the father thought, if he tears this part of the newspaper up and he asks his son to, you know, put the map of the world together, it would take him a long time because the child has not seen the world map. But in 2 ticks, the child put the map together, and the father said, "How did you do it?" And the son said that on the other side of the world map was a man. I put the man together and the earth came together. And so for me, our message really is that in terms of all of us, we have a big responsibility on actually fixing our own consciousness, whether we understand how it is to be generous, how it is to be caring, how it's to be considerate. Because when we think about how we use the planet, whether it's the air we breathe, whether it's the food we eat, whether it's the clothes we wear, all of these are decisions we're making that is either helping our planet or destroying it. because the state of the planet didn't become because of policies. It's because of man's attitudes and man's awareness. So actually, it's a big thing about shifting consciousness. If the consciousness of people don't change and they don't feel they have enough, then this greed is constantly going to put us in a position. It's a power struggle, it's greed, it's actually all sorts of things, blaming. No one is tolerant enough to listen to another. So the spiritual dimension, which is actually something that the Brahma Kumaris really focus on, is really about making sure that when people are happy inside, when people are content from inside, and they stop becoming victims, wanting others to change, and they bring the change within themselves, we would actually become, each one would become a leader for transformation. We don't need to have people who make policies to be leaders, but individuals become leaders when they shift consciousness. And so I feel that this is really a very important element, and it needs to have emphasis. In South Africa, we see that because faith is a very important angle. In South Africa, you can talk about God quite easily. And so we have within South Africa faith organizations that get together, and we try and make sure that all faith organizations are eco-friendly. We call them places of worship which are green. And so to make sure that if you go into your place of worship, that your place of worship is actually living with the awareness of the environment. Like she was saying, that even things like prasad, which is very holy, we put it in plastics. You know, the whole idea of polystyrene and plastics. You go to places of worship, especially temples, these things have been used so abundantly without the awareness what it's been done. So we can actually tackle this consciousness within our faith groups, because politicians don't actually have a following. It's religious people that have gatherings every week. And if religious people, people of faith, can actually become ambassadors of sharing messages with their congregation and becoming more conscious about not being, not using so much, not becoming consumers, but actually becoming creators, then actually we'll find that change comes through, because it's not really just something that needs to be said. It's something to awaken in terms of our moral responsibility. So I don't really want to give a lecture, but I really feel that what we require is to consider this element, that if consciousness don't change, any policy in place would actually can't be implemented. Together with a policy must be a shift in attitude and consciousness, which means individuals actually have to be empowered to actually be able to implement decisions. And it starts with the self. Am I living a life that I'm completely in harmony with the environment? I have to be the change. I can't talk the change. So, yep, I want to just stop there because I think we're quite late in our event as well. So, if there's anything else.
Thank you so much. Sister Usha, you have raised up another beautiful point, which I think, again, a lot of people don't think about. And that's the beauty of why we host these episodes and broadcast them every Sunday, to bring out certain new things for the people. Now, the beautiful point that you raised is, yes, we gather, we do a lot of events together, but we don't think about. And it's so many religious organizations that are meeting every week, and they're holding prayers, and we really don't think about where the prasadam is and how the prasadam is coming and packed and being given, and how to transform ourselves from being a consumer to a creator. And it takes a hell out of an energy to understand even that transition, I think. And this kind of transition what I feel is not just a mental switch that you switch on, but it comes from the sanskaras, it comes from the spiritual ignition within, which raises a concern to understand where we are, what we are doing, what we are using, and simple things of our life can be changed in an easy way. And yeah, I really appreciate what all efforts your organization as Faith is doing, because these small efforts that we put forward in every society, and I think if in each society, wherever we are holding these meetings, we go to the temples, we offer prayers, we just be aware about what we are consuming and what we are delivering, and how can we make a small change in that. It will make a great change all over, and I think we can be much more happier and sustainable, and will also give beautiful outputs for the society. So I also wanted to ask you, what kind of like suggestions do you give to the people? What kind of options can you propose to the people as the organization in South Africa is already doing certain things? What all things are the initiatives that the organization has taken in South Africa? Over to you.
So first of all, even just the Brahma Kumari centers in South Africa, we try and make sure that they're all working on solar, they're recycling, they're reusing water, they, creating a system within the physical space as well to be more conscious, and then to recycle and reuse as well. But the thing that is important is that any spiritual environment can actually become a place of sharing information. So when people come regularly to your center or to your temple, they're listening to the leader of that religious group. And if the religious person who is being the guru, for example, if they share and create the correct consciousness, then actually what one will find is that it'll bring the whole moral responsibility within the people. So one is to show and tell, but the other is also to use our scriptures, to use our philosophy to actually be creative. So for example, Brahma Kumaris is, when you think about word Brahma, it comes from Lord Brahma, who's the creator. But if I just go to the organization and be a follower, instead of thinking I am Master Brahma as well, then actually that self-respect brings back responsibility. And so I feel the empowerment that religious organizations can do is to stop making people into followers, but actually to bring about this idea that we are change makers. And I think this is not just about using plastic. It's about stop waiting for somebody else to make the change. Like, for example, if policy don't change, so we're going to just carry on saying the governments don't want to do anything. But what is NGOs doing? There are people on the ground planting trees, all these different things people have shared. There are very practical things. Now, why I'm saying this about faith organizations, that because faith organizations already have a constituency, they have a community. If faith leaders can be brought into a role to actually allow the transformation to take through the faith organization to start using, instead of just NGOs, all faith-based organizations can actually become active in actually doing these kind of things, then what you would find is that people, when they come into the community, they share and they talk. And actually that's where you're doing a lot of campaigning, you're doing a lot of different things, So we need to look at these faith bodies as actually, they call it eco-congregations, as places of where we can let new ideas come up. We can use them, like we having a conversation, and I think all of us on this group are already converted. Now, who is going to be able to listen to these ideas and then implement them? How do we bring that awareness forward, that every time you buy a new t-shirt, this is what you're doing. Every time you stand in the bath, in the shower, for more than 3 minutes, you actually, to teach things like how to have a shower where you put it on, wet yourself, switch the shower off, soap yourself, and then rinse yourself out. We have to talk about these things. Even if we share about things like being vegetarian, it's a very big shift in actually what's happening to water. So there are spiritual principles that actually needs, because many Hindus could actually be vegetarian, but they don't choose to be vegetarian. And you go to any climate conference, any vegetarians there? And we're fighting, we're creating policies, but we don't live any of those things. So I feel that it actually has to go down much deeper, because the kind of problems our earth in, it needs a drastic step. And drastic step means that we all have to become activists, not just become passive in having the information. And I don't think it's this group that needs the converting. I think this group is already doing a lot. What we need to think about, how do we get this information down to the places where people gather, where people are, and share this kind of information so that people can actually put it into practice.
Absolutely. I think that is much more needed at this time to understand how to put these things into practice. Yeah. Dr. Anukulji, your comments. Yes, please.
I had a very subtle question to ask Osha ji
Yes,
about. It is, I can understand the moralistic viewpoint, and I really delve on it almost all the time. But the reality is very hard to practice it. And one of the things I find when it comes to democratization is that we might say that we have the freedom to do various things. In reality, we are often forced to do the thing that, no, we would like to have this. Let us say a simple thing like a dishwashing machine. It's not really necessary in many other ways. We can simply wash the thing. We don't necessarily have to have water, shower in always in a warm or hot water. Of course, you need to calm it, cool it, warm it down, warm it to some extent. But there is a famous song called "Thande Thande Pani Mein Nahana Chahiye" or something like that, meaning that you take bath in cold water. Interestingly, it is, and it is also stimulates the vagus, and it has got a huge health promotion affecting us. In fact, it has got one of the best effects on the heart functions. And something which I have forgotten. Once upon a time, people used to bathe in cold rivers or seas, whatever it is. But nowadays, we don't do it. We need very warm water to take a shower. Can I really leave it very easily? It isn't. I tried it, but it's not that easy. But I still remember when it comes to water and other resources, while being the services in the army before, I remember we used to get exactly half a bucket of water. And in that, we used to do everything. And it was never warmed. It was to be just, we had to use it the way it has to be used. And that's about it. Looking from that half a bucket of water for the whole day, please remember, as opposed to what I use now, there's a huge difference. Despite the fact that I've become more knowledgeable about the environment and a whole lot of stuff. Does it necessarily mean that I am going to be changing myself? I'm not very sure. That's exactly the point. That's not easy to be, honestly, to be good. And it's not that, it's something that really have to work hard. And that is where samskaras come in.
So, Doctor, actually, I'm very happy you brought that point out, because for myself, I also brought it up because I've now started practicing bathing with cold water. And I do it for many reasons, for my own health, but for that very purpose, because when I open the hot water tap, so much of cold water runs through before the hot water comes. So if I need a hot bath because it's cold, I fill the water in a bucket and I use that to flush my toilet. And I do it in the privacy of my own space where no one is watching, because I know that it's an energy that I'm creating by being conscientious. And so that's what I feel, that as activists and people who have this, when we make a big change inside of ourselves, that it actually has a vibrational impact. They say if you want to change anything, you teach 100 monkeys a new idea, and then the rest will learn by the example. So sometimes I think for the critical mass, we don't need a huge amount of people, but we need sincere people who walk the talk. I'm completely convinced that actually it needs a lot more. Like you look at Bhagat Singh, Mahatma Gandhi, we can put those people on our hands. But Bhagat Singh renounced a worldly life because he knew that if he was going to fight for his country, he couldn't have a wife and a family. Mahatma Gandhi, you can see what he did, and it's a very close affiliation that we have with South Africa. And Mahatma Gandhi's daughter, Ela Gandhi, is here, and I have many lovely conversations with her. Based on up to today, she is already in her 80s, but she still fasts on a Friday because that's what they did when Mahatma Ji was there. So it's like, why do we understand when you were in the army, you practice that? Now suddenly you think, well, I got all the resources. Why should I go back to an old habit? But it's coming from the fact that we forget how important we are. I feel that if we had a greater sense of respect for ourselves and understood that we are the change, that we are the change makers, and that we are on a stage and others are following us, not because they see us, because they feel us, a lot more will happen. Like if you look at Sister Jayanti, who's on the environment group, the BK team itself, we're all vegans. We make sure we don't wear shoes that got leather. All those kind of things are at least on our personal hygienic level, we're already starting to implement so that it can actually not be just a talk show, but that these become samples. So like Mahatma Gandhi, he had to first make sure that he spun his own cotton and wore it before he could tell the whole of India, stop buying things from outside. And I feel in our own ways, we don't have to go to the Arc Ages, but any principled ideas that we have, when we start living it, it will talk more than anything else. And I feel we need brave people now. We just don't need clever people. We need brave people who can understand that when they act in a positive way, they can impact the world. And that's the thing. And I'm not a famous person in any way, but people know me when I go to any conference. I'm not going to eat anything. Even if I have to be hungry the whole day, I'll just eat a fruit or whatever. And they'll know that I will never break my principle. So then they start understanding that when this person talks, they talk from the fact that they do it. And I think that's what is required, because this is where the spirituality and perhaps my spiritual practice helps me a lot. Because when you wake up and you are quiet with yourself, you're getting better control over your own thinking and your own thoughts. And so then what you understand, you can implement. And so the practice of meditation is a very powerful tool to assist with that kind of a way.
Thank you.
And I'm not
Absolutely.
criticizing anybody. I really feel I know everyone is doing an enormous kind of thing. But if we want these things to be sustainable, we have to become the change as well.
Absolutely. Very right. In fact, and I think when you talked about Gandhiji, he well, he himself is an icon of sustainability, living with a minimalistic approach, following his own principles, working with the core ideas, and also with the education that he has, not the knowledge, but the real education. That has really has its own footprints all over India and in his own personal life. And I think you have raised up a very beautiful point in that way as well, that lifestyle and sustainability go hand in hand. And when we talk about the choices that we make can tremendously help in. So people think sustainability will change the environment, but how will I be directly affected? The direct effect would be that will enhance your physical and mental well-being. It will enhance your health in one way or the other. Maybe the jute bag that you're carrying is not directly affecting you, but it is definitely giving a lot of other effects on your body and your mind, as well as your cognition in so many other ways. And these kind of small things, like you mentioned, you just have an apple, or you just have a fruit, or you are a vegan, and all these small things that you are working towards for the sustainability, but indirectly they are individually helping you as well. And this is the part of tapas. It's part of austerity. It builds up spiritual energies. It ignites the aura of an individual, which people it's difficult for a general person to understand, but it is a really beautiful concept. Thank you very much. Please stay around. Lakshmi ji, what's your comment? And if you have any questions with Sister Usha ji, please go ahead. Thank you.
Namaste. Yes, Brahmakumari, I know a lot of people from them. I mix with them and they attend my programs and we interact very well with each other. So I feel that simplicity is very important in life. Being simple really helps you to gel with a variety of people. At the same time, I'm sorry for my throat, it's not very good today. So it does help us to mingle with a variety of people and be at a level where you can be accepted by all. That is very important. So I have been a professor for a long time, and then I have been in the Hindu Forum of Europe also for a pretty long time, and all the way my experiences have been always very, very welcome and positive. So I have not come across any sort of evil or any other way of experience at any point of time. For example, it's only in the last week that we were in the Brahmakumari ashram in Germany at Moring, and we stayed there for 3 days. We went around everywhere and they looked after us so well. I still remember the whole program was so very well done by them. And Usha ji, I would like to tell you that it was so nice to, mix with the people from Germany, Brahmakumaris. And I appreciate your way of, taking everything in a very beautiful way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi. Wonderful contribution. Stay around because shortly we'll be going with you and Swamini, and we'll discuss some ideas and your knowledge and tips on climate control. Ushaji, you are there in South Africa, and I think for more than 30 years or so, you've been practicing Raja Yoga. You mentioned very simple thing that before hot water comes, there is a cold water which we let run. So it's so simple. Sister Usha mentioned that she collects that. She can use it. In her case, she was going to use it in the washroom. You can put it in the garden, in the plants, wherever you feel like. If we all learn everywhere on the earth that whilst water comes from the tap, and anything that comes from the tap, we keep on letting it run. If we can be gentle about it, we can maybe wash our teeth by using the toothbrush and trickle of water as opposed to a few liters coming out. It's just common sense, and we need to wake up now because we are only 40, 50 years at the rate we are going before we run out of fresh water. And South Africa is one of the countries which is actually discussing about water. They might have to buy water on the earth 30, 40 years from now. But Sister Usha, while you are here, let's take a break from this climate control and everything. Let's have a short meditation from you and bring calmness in people's mind. While we've got you here and a senior is the person you are at the director level there in South Africa. Let's have a nice 5 minutes meditation from you before we continue on the journey of climate control and its outcome. Over to you, Sister Pusha.
Sure. Thank you. So I'm going to invite each of you to sit up straight on your chairs because you've been sitting for a long time as well. And it's really important that when our spine is straight and erect, our feet flat on the ground. And like you see, I have behind me a little point of light. So you can actually use my image. I think I've been spotlighted. So you can use this image here just to focus your attention, because the kind of meditation that we teach is open-eyed meditation. And so allowing the body to relax, I use my thoughts to draw my attention away from my feet, my legs, my hands, my arms, my stomach, and I bring my attention to the center of my forehead. I see myself as a living being of light energy between the eyes. I, the being of energy, am the instrument to make this body function. I animate it. I give it life and expression. As an energy, I am not confined to a gender, an age, a nationality. I am a subtle, infinite being of energy that is beyond time and space. I am the master creator, the co-creator of this body. And with one thought, I can take my attention away from this body, beyond this physical space of duality, beyond the sun and moon, beyond the solar system. I enter a world of light, a dimension of pure energy. And it is in this dimension that I experience myself in my true form, uninfluenced by anything that is time-bound, beyond space. I am a radiant being of peace, love, happiness, joy, wisdom, and power. This is my original nature. And when I become aware of myself as a being of peace, I realize that my seeking comes to an end. When I understand that I'm a being of all virtues, I become content, and the restlessness and desires finish. And to become a custodian of this earth, to care for our planet, I need to return back to this powerful consciousness of being the peaceful being that I am. And now let's take a few moments in this awareness of being light and stepping into our true form. Let us send vibrations of peace to our earth and all its inhabitants to wake up from the illusion of being a body and trying to fulfill the desires of endless needs, endless desires. And as I see each one as a beautiful being of energy whose natural nature is peace, I bring peace to the minds of the whole world family. And it's with this shift in consciousness that we can make more clearer decisions, make better choices, remove our greed and selfishness, and become benevolent and generous-hearted. But in this world of light, there's another powerful energy that sustains each spiritual being, and that's the energy of the Supreme, the parent of all of our souls, is the Supreme Soul. And in the presence of the Supreme, I can recharge myself, awaken that intrinsic nature of being peaceful, being powerful, being loveful. And as I awaken this consciousness, I bring myself back into the moment where I step inside the body and I begin to emanate this pure energy from behind the eyes into the world. And now, as I act through this body, I create thoughts of peace. I speak words of respect and kindness and perform deeds of benevolence. And with this shift of awareness, I become a master creator. Om Shanti. I am a peaceful soul. Thank you.
That is just so peaceful and so good. I think you have given that spark of energy for everyone to think about who we are, how we are, what we are, where we are. Thank you. Let's have our comments from our founder and director, Neil Kumar, and then we take up the comments further. Over to you, Neil Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. There in India, shortly you will be coming to midnight time there, and South Africa, which is only 2 hours ahead of us, I think, which is coming to evening supper time, I think. So, Sister Usha, I asked a question to each of our panelists earlier. There are many climate issues that are going on the earth at the moment. The three that I pointed out was trees, depletion of trees, running out of water, or the air quality. Suddenly, if the whole world is suffering from air, and we saw what happened in the pandemic, vast majority of the death were from grasping of air, of course, through to COVID. Of these three climate issues, which one worries you the most?
I think it's all three. And I consciously think about the idea of oxygen. So I plant the mother-in-law's tongue everywhere and even propagate it and give it around as gifts. And water as well, I feel if we don't take care of every drop, water itself will actually become our enemy. And if you look at the example of a tsunami, it's where the water element itself showed its anger to humanity. So it's up to us now to respect it. So I feel in a way that you can't make one greater than the other. And I think we need to become very holistic and allow ourselves to plant trees and secure the air, look after water, and make sure we respect it. And when we're doing all of these things, it's actually the energy we're going to give back to the earth because we are its custodians to rejuvenate itself. So I think we should have our eye on everything.
So therefore, do you feel that we human beings are our own enemies? Because if you look at it, if you were to live in the rural areas, go to the little villages where there is no development, it's simple, their food is organic, their air is very fresh, their water, which runs down from the mountains with the spring water or something, is more purer and more sustainable insofar as that when you put it in your body, it is with minerals and electrolytes. Isn't it amazing that those people are more healthier and happier than the people who feel that they are urbanized? Your comment, please.
Absolutely. I think the more we've become global entrepreneurs to make everything global, we've actually reduced the essence. And so, in South Africa, we encourage people to do what we call a door garden, which is just a 1 meter by 2 meter, and encouraging that people can actually plant within their own small porch even. And so growing vegetables, eating from your garden is absolutely essential. And so you're absolutely right. We have created our own little dilemma by thinking we're becoming more modernized. And I think when I look at Bharat, I look at India, I think that actually you can still feel that when you're eating grains from India, it still feels more wholesome than when you go into a country where everything is so processed. So, India, atta flour is still stone ground, which actually is far more effective than eating your maida, which is cake flour, so fluffy and soft. So really, for me, I agree with you completely. And for myself, even simple things like you could buy chana flour, which is already ground, or you can use the dal and actually grind it. And I would prefer to do those things myself rather than just buying processed things. So
simply going back, I think we need to reset ourselves. When you look at the population explosion of the earth, we are now 8 billion and rising. A tremendous growth just within a century, So talking about that, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, when you were a child and subsequently, obviously, you got a lot of memory about India, and then you became a principal in a very good institution in Mumbai. If you look at your youth days, was climate ever talked about? Was there any worry? Was there any issue? Were there any issue about the air quality and water? Yes, water was not always available and people had to travel quite a lot and get it from the well and things like that. Were we really fearful and we are only going few decades back? Your comment, please.
Yes, Mumbai, I was in Mumbai all the time. Though it was a crowded place, the air quality was not so bad because the sea was very close by. So the sea helped us to, wash and clear the air much more easily, but day and night. So the air was not at all a problem. And I don't remember, we getting cold or any sickness or anything like that at any point of time. Maybe children used to get sick because of whatever, not because of the weather, but because of their daily habits or whatever. But generally, sickness was not heard about. I don't remember having fallen sick at any point of time. Even today, I'm touch wood, I'm pretty good, healthy, and keep myself very, very vegetarian, and eating very, very, quality stuff. So it's very important that how you live is very. I do meditation. I used to do for yoga. Then I did I go for walking. So all this helps me to maintain myself and keep myself okay, fit.
So that's the habit. What you are saying, the choice is ours. Whether we want to live sustainably, healthily,
yes,
spiritually, and holistically. Sister Usha did mention that earlier, and she's referring to our choices. Let's invite, because we got Swamini Sudananda Fourier from Italy, who I think you know, Lakshmiji.
Yes,
You
yes.
know her. So
Sudaji.
let's take her comment because she's in Italy. And again, Italy is a wonderful country. It has got some very nice touristic places as well. What are your thoughts, Swamini? What are your thoughts that just literally in last 50 years, suddenly we are worried about climate, we are worried about air, we are worried about air, we are worried about ozone layer, just literally in last 50 years. You can unmute yourself and let's have your comments.
Namaste to everybody. Thank you for inviting me to this, for sharing this discussion and reflection. Yes, of course, because in the changing is very, very fast. No, also globalization is running very fast. So and climate changing and lifestyle is has changed a lot. So I think we have to come back. I perfectly agree with what has been said, talked to from Usha ji and all the other, and Lakshmi ji too. And because I think we have to come back to our ancient habits, roots habit, because our tradition, for example, Sanatana Dharma and many other aspects rooted in Bharata Mata teaches us what is important to live a harmonic and harmonious life. I think it's very important to highlight the Dharma concept, because Dharma is that richness who teaches us to be interrelated or interconnected with all life in itself. For example, I think it's very beautiful concept, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, to be part of a unique family. But we have, as it has been already said, we don't have to think theoretically, intellectually, but we have to live it. We have to feel this aspect, and to feel this aspect is also to understand that the unhealthy society we are created is also the unhealthy way of life for ourselves, because we are composed by the 5 elements, as well as the nature. The words are composed too: air, air, fire, water. So if these elements are damaged, all our life also is at risk, no? It's dangerous. So I think it's very important to, I would like to share with you three main aspects. It is, one is the word hridaya, the Sanskrit word for heart. And hridaya is composed by three, I think, very beautiful virtues that is very also inspiring, because hri is humility. We have to rediscover humility towards our beings, to our sister and brother, also different faith, different political, and also different from us. And that is compassion. Daya is compassion, no? To rediscover the capacity to feel, to listen to the other. So the empathy. It could seem to be rhetoric, but I think it's not so too easy to be empathic, to feel empathy toward the others. And another aspect is like yama is like self-control. So as it's been said, we have to change ourselves to be the change what we have that we want to be, to see. Sorry, in the word for quote Gandhiji. And I would like also to highlight another aspect is mitratva, so the friendship. So to rediscover the attitude to friendship and to be a real friend with nature, with the living beings. And in Shukla Ayurveda, we can read Mitra Swaha Chakshu Saha Sarvan Bhutani Samiche. I watch at all beings with the eyes of a friend. And in the Mahabharata too, who is always friend of every beings, he really knows Dharma. So this kind of friendship leads to the maturity of ahimsa. And another very beautiful verse recites, Sarvata Sarvada Sarva Bhutanam Anavirodaha, absence of hostility towards all living beings in every way and in every times. To realize and to be the change that we have also to discipline our mind to be controlled and to live in our life dana dharma aparigraha, not to want more than we need. And so I think I'm not saying nothing new, because also Ushaji already said very beautiful this concept, because we have to change our habits daily, and not we have to live what we believe in. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Swamini. So it's so amazing. Yes, you love the Sanatan Dharma and the Indian knowledge system. It's a series that we are launching from 7th December, where we are preserving the past. So all the good habits of the past we are going to preserve and shaping for the better future. So it will be nice that we are resetting everywhere. And so the shocking news is that just 100 years back, we were about 2 billion on the earth. And 100 years from there on, so 1925 to 2025, we are 8.5 billion people on the earth. So just within a century, 4.3 times. That's shocking. If the same thing happens within next century, then definitely it's unsustainable. And we don't have that much land, habitable land. For that, water doesn't count, deserts doesn't count, mountains don't count. How are we going to sustain? So this is a point to seriously take in. Anakul, you remember in your youth days, you are from Kolkata area. So few decades back, Kolkata was one place where even God was scared to land, because there was never a space to land. It was full of people and rickshaws and things. So he didn't know where to put his chariot. So he would skip Kolkata and maybe go to Mussoorie or Mount Abu, where he can land easily. What do you think? Was it still scary then?
Not at all.
It was certainly not as scary then, but I can assure you it is much worse now. There's almost no place to walk around, and you feel totally different. You just don't feel the old charm is completely gone, and I hope something is done about it sooner or later. And you're quite correct that we have been very much enemies as humans. We've been enemies of our own selves. There is no organism, no living animal in this world other than humans who have been doing this mass killing for each other. And all animals, they eat, they do whatever they need to do, and then they don't do anything. But we are the only people. The instance we have eaten, we have to have our mind to work on how to destroy the other guy or maybe do something else. I do not know how it is, but the fundamental purpose why we have this kind of intellectual growth is to be able to understand and realize our own self, which is the fundamental basis of our dharmic traditions. That is to understand the nature of our own self, how we are connected to the whole universe. There's a very nice term called Nadhanya. Nadhanya. Have you heard of it? I'm not very sure. There is a word in Hindi word called Nathanya. There's a beautiful song which comes. Nathanya but basically it's a 9 Navagraha, and that along with the sun and all these together gave the energy to the plants. And that energy is ultimately imbibed as consciousness within our own body. And that body and the microbiomes takes it over, digests, and is actually a word which was coined by some people. There's a Hebrew word also, Nathania. But Nathania has come from the word of this 9, the Navagraha, and the Dhan, that is the grains from the earth. How the takes those grain from the earth and takes it to the house, that I give this to my family so that they live happily and healthily. So this connect of the universe, of the cosmic power within us is something that we have to realize. Being actually being better than the other animals. But the other animals can do whatever they need to do. We as humans have the ability to do that. And I think we must bring it to the maximum use rather than use it for destructive purpose. And I think that is what the fundamental traditions of our Sanatan Dharma teaches us.
Thank you, Anukul. Well, shortly we'll be going to United States of America, where Sharon, our senior host and contributor, is waiting. And Peter May, who has been part of Healing Our Earth in the past, will also be contributing. Sister Usha, thank you very much for bringing that meditation touch to our today's episode and bringing information from South Africa and your thoughts. Simple tricks like saving water, just being mindful of the things. Today, we also discussed various methods that we need to start taking seriously. We are seeing tremendous amount of change on the earth for the climate. So a last comment from you, Sister Usha, before we move to America and chit chat with our future contributors. Thank you.
Thank you. So for me, I just feel that if we each just take a self-audit and ask ourselves, can I make any change? And if I can, then we should implement it, because that change that we bring in ourselves from that authentic level will become a power and a seed to give other people courage to do the same thing. Thank you.
So very simply, nicely put up, Om Shanti. You can still stay around if you like. We'll still be having an open session. Sister Usha, a lovely meditation as well from her. Anukul, stay around. Dr. Lakshmi, stay around. We're going to move to USA for the last half an hour over here. Lata, you've got a comment. If you could quickly make your comment before we move on. Thank you. And you can unmute yourself. So it's wonderful. We travel different parts of the globe today and pick out some ideas. Lata, your comment, over to you.
Hello, namaste, everyone. So a lovely subject that is very thought-provoking for all of us. And like someone said, we're already converted on this platform into thinking logically for the planet and how to save it and the dangers that are lurking. But I'd just like to pose the question to Sister Usha and what's her name? Swami Suthanandan, and Lakshmi and whoever, Amrita. How are we going to actually, are we actually going and reaching out to the employers and employees? Because that's where the problem seems to be at the root of our society. So much competitiveness is taught to us. And so all these little changes are not going to matter to these guys. And so we really need to reach out to these employers and employees and the university students. How are we going to do that? Through religion, through spiritual teachings, through reaching out to the universities, reaching out to the commercial organizations, because we know the government's not going to do anything. It's viable to go to these ones. So it would be nice if we could think of strategies to implement to reach out to these different bodies and maybe put our heads together to do that. And I think Sister Usha, and the Brahma Kumaris have got a great opportunity to do just that. And, I think, yeah, how do you feel about that?
Thank you. So, Anukul, we discussed this in great details earlier with Deepak and Muskan and them lot, that IGO, NGO, the company and outflow. If you could just give it in a conclusion over there, and then we move on. Thank you.
We have to fundamentally change our attitude towards about everything that we have. First of all, making our life very, very simple. The more simplistic the life we lead, the better it is always. It is in every way simple. Then you can focus on much other things in a greater way. And then the lesser you have, the better it is. I still remember my single small bag with it, and I didn't have to bother about carrying anything more. And what you call, we have to clearly distinguish between what is a need and what is want. I might want numerous other things, this and that, and a whole lot of stuff. If only I can follow what I essentially need for my survival, I think I'll be quite happy by myself. And I've also stayed in small villages in India, and I found them that a single room and one part separated for the animal. We were 7, 8 of us living along with the cows and everything all around. And we never felt anything wrong anywhere. We were perfectly fine, happily living with it, get up in the morning, go in the fields with the other farmers. Of course, I was not there. I was there in that family for about 2, 3 weeks. But it's fantastic. There was no fight, no conflict, nothing. Everything used to be quiet. People were tired, we were to sleep. It was an amazing world. I don't know. I mean, compare that to what we do over here with life of abundance. And we are all the time chasing one thing or the other.
Thank you, Anukul. And Lata wanted to know, yes, companies are involved. They're inviting companies to be part of it. I think what will be very nice is that in the education establishment, climate should now be a subject on its own. Complete subject on its own. Within that, environment should be there, and people need to learn to take it serious. I mean, we used to learn in geography about clouds and things. I think we need to bring climate in the education in a big way. Sharon, global namaste to you. We have been discussing about post-COP30 and what were the outcomes. We had some young ones here bringing so much information. So it was beautiful. Dr. Lakshmi wanted to share about the harmony in environment, and Dr. and Swamini Sukhananda also mentioned about the similar thing, the way they've learned from the Sanatan way of life as well. So, Sharon, 2 billion population 100 years back and over 8.5 billion now. So more than 4 times. Climate changing drastically on the earth, and with the climate comes the lack of trees, the lack of water, the lack of oxygen and air quality. Where do you think we are heading?
It's so interesting you're asking. Global Namaste, everyone. It's so interesting you're asking me this because my husband, Jay Widener, just interviewed Bhibhu Dev Mishra, who wrote a book on the Yuga shift. And he's talking about planetary transformation. And he's really, this man, he's in India, and he's just so fascinating and scholarly in comparing the Vedas and the Vedic teachings to those of the Persians or the Greeks, etc., and to the scientific views like precession of the equinox and all that. And so he's commenting on what's happening right now. And he says that, you know, we've left the Kali Yuga and that we're going off into the ascending cycle, which ends in the golden age. And he says that what's happening, because we've been discussing this lately, my husband and I, and my friends, that it feels like people like us who come to this show, we're really, it's like we've left the Kali Yuga in our own consciousness, and we're coming up, bringing light and love and healing to the earth. But yet there's still, the majority of people are stuck in the greed and the materialism and cut off really from their spiritual source. And he says this is going to go on for another 150 years, and we just start really, the light really just starts coming in. I'd love to bring him on the show because it was just fascinating and a really interesting commentary on what we're dealing with these days. And he says we're going towards, you know, the time of truth rather than deception. And I think that I always talk about, it's not just the physical climate, it's the emotional, mental, emotional climate, which today, because of the media, because of the greed, because of all these factors, is just appalling. In the United States in particular, it seems that everything that's going on in the media is designed not to lift us up, but to turn us against each other. And people, I was talking with my friend Nina here today, who was part of the Krishnas for many years, just about how your average person is so, I could use the word conditioned, mind control, by these horrors. And they're being led to just hate other people, never listen to them. And so all that, we just need to bring, and we're doing it on the show, bring a higher perspective, a higher frequency vibration on every level, on our words, on our actions, on our music, on our dance, all of that, and reach these people from our own experiences and our own love and compassion. And then we need to take action locally. Peter May is here today from Crestone. Crestone, in terms of environmentalism, you know, Hannah Strong, who pretty much created Crestone, was part of the original environmental movement, and John Milton as well. And they're still out there doing their work. And everyone feels that it's that we have to reach the young people because they're the future. And here in the US, particularly young men feel completely cut off. They feel like they have no future. They sit around smoking marijuana and playing video games because they feel they'll never be able to buy a house. The social media is screwing up kind of the dating situation so that they feel like they'll never even have a relationship, and they're really lost. And nobody seems to be in the government, you know, they say all the platitudes, but I mean, why don't they, instead of, there was a whole thing here about, oh, we're going to help them by doing 50-year mortgages. It's like, okay, why don't you just, instead of that, first-time home buyers, give them, you know, 1% mortgage or 0% mortgage so that they could really participate. It's just so sad. I mean, I have granddaughters, and so I don't know what we're leaving. The country's in terrible debt, and there's just endless wars. Is that part of the human condition, or can we really rise above that and really see each other for the amazing human beings that we are? But anyway,
Sharon,
yes.
Sharon, you are talking about restoring faith and trust so the youth of today can feel they've got something to live forward to. And one of the things that we are going to talk today with Peter, as soon as he makes his video landscape. Peter, if you can make your video landscape just like how Sharon's is. Today we are going to talk about watershed restoration. What is a watershed restoration? Peter, yes, and Peter is here as well. I know Peter has been here on Healing Our Earth many times, and he loves soil as well. So Peter, if you can landscape your video, please. So it will be just like how Sharon is. If you flip your camera, that's it. You are landscape now, and now if you can turn it, you are lopsided. Yes, perfect. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's perfect. There you are, Peter May from USA. Sharon, introduce him. And let's talk for the next 10 minutes about restoring watershed.
Oh, let me introduce Peter. Well, let's start with this. Peter is a Grammy Award-winning musician. He is a really extraordinary and loving, spiritually aligned and way beyond a person who is the kind of leader of the meditation, etc., group that I'm a part of. A great teacher. He's an alchemist. He makes elixirs for healing. And he has these amazing projects in Crestone that he's going to tell you about for restoring on many levels the land in the valley here. Hi, Peter.
Hi, Sharon. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, everyone. And yeah, I guess we'll just start. Yeah, Sharon and I have been working together for quite a few years now, and we meet weekly to regenerate and revitalize and re-energize each other in all of our projects. As you know, Sharon's doing amazing film and music projects, and we just feed off of each other here, so it's very good. We have that kind of support. I guess the main thing to talk about today with restoring the watershed is it's kind of like an odyssey of my own personal self of getting clues along the way in my life. When we made that CD with Paul Winter in 2006 through 2007, I didn't realize that that soundtrack was actually going to be the soundtrack for the Restoring the Watershed project. And that just came to me in the last week or two because many of the songs are water-based. When we made it at North Crestone Lake, which is at 12,000 feet, we actually recorded it there. We had John Correa of Apache ancestry singing a Witchy Taito, which is a water spirit song. I recorded the beaver at Paul's house in Connecticut. And basically to do that, we were featuring 3 different animals on the CD. And Paul asked me, which ones should we do? And I said, well, the ones that were almost basically run into extinction. And that was North American beaver, North American bison, and then the crane. The crane's more of an indicator. So all of those animals have voices on the CD. And Paul asked me, would you please go get the beaver, because we have the bison, which we had done earlier, and we had the crane. And so I walked over to his pond in Connecticut and said, hey, beaver, would you like to be on our CD? And within 10 minutes, it had come over almost to my feet and slapped its tail on the water. And if you'd like, this is open to everyone. This is on YouTube. If you look up Paul Winter Consort and the word Crestone, that CD is there. And what the kind of like the underlying message here is that nature is willing to partner to help us solve and cure and heal the mistakes we have made. And we have already seen it here. In this country, the beaver was once in between 40 million and 60 million or something a lot. And it turns out they were very valued for their fur, and that's actually what built the United States economy early on. But they're also the keystone species of the wetlands. And when you took them away, it looks like the whole areas, especially in the West, they became dehydrated. And that's one thing about water and water and how water can certainly grow our crops and provide for a safer place to live in wildfire country. But the next thing that we are learning is that it's so tied to what we call the entire system health. And when we speak of a watershed, we're not just speaking of the land, we're speaking of the hydrological cycle, which includes the air. And the air is something we share from state to state, from country to country, around the world. And there are organisms, such as mycelium and mushrooms, such as conifer trees, that play a huge role in this whole system that we're just starting to become aware of. And, we have above, in the air, but we also have below. And one of the most fascinating things now is that we're able to study the effects of when we put a well into the ground, that it creates what's called a cone of dryness, because we're utilizing that water. And that can be seen, if it's not too extreme, it might not make a big difference. But in this valley, we have so many farmers, and we have people trying to pay back water debt from years ago, that it seems to be making a difference. And so a colleague in Iowa is now starting to study the effects of beaver and how they could create cones of wetness. And that wetness can then help to restore the levels of the aquifers. And as we get into this, I'll invite you to also consider the ecology of spirits, let's say, and how spirits can live, or the microorganisms can live all the way up to the macroorganisms, and they can really affect where we live, such as the mycelium or the bacteria, but also even beyond that, into the quantum, and how the protons and neutrons and electrons and the pressures, the electrical current, the electromagnetic fields seem to be interacting or not interacting, depending on how much disruption or impairment has occurred in that particular region. And so this is very fascinating to me, because it's just starting to gel now, how we could actually create these and support these cones of wetness coming back. That can then translate into communicating with the aquifer itself, and then foster a relationship with the atmosphere. Because many of our areas of drought are due to the fact, in my opinion, from this theory, is that it's not interacting with the atmosphere like it once did and like it could. And so some of the magic of this, in a sense, the magic of music, let's say, and the magic of mushrooms, is that we know from Paul Stamets and from our own concerts and applications of sound that Sharon and I and a few others here got to be a part of, is when we add bass notes to a mushroom, let's say seed, the nursery part, the spawn it is called, they can grow very, very quickly. And the interesting thing is, sure, we could eat those mushrooms when they fruit, but they're also then sending messages through their sesquiterpenes to form the thunderstorms, or the thunderstorm clouds, which then brings the rain. And so it's providing us a mechanism for utilizing sound and our connection and an invitation to nature to partner. Because think about it, if there was a being, and whatever you want to call it, a tree or a mushroom or us, and we said, hey, we do need water to live. Would you please send some, whoever they might be? And they might say, oh, of course we could, but we have to get that communication up. And so I'm summing this up to say that we're bringing the idea of conductivity, of how, on some of the environmental platforms, they say we're all connected. We are all connected. The pioneers, that's their motto. And I want to celebrate that, and then also encourage us now to think of it, yes, we are connected, and now let's increase our conductivity, because the conductivity is what's going to help each of us communicate more effectively to each other, with each other, and then with each of the other organisms. And we may not be able to use English, but our intention does go with our words. And so sometimes it is easier to use the music. And sometimes it is easier to use vibration or vibrational patterns and have that openness. And what we are seeing is that the mushrooms, yes, they are coming back and responding. That when we made the dams in the creeks, we are starting to get a rehydration of the landscape, changing the conductivity and thus the electromagnetic field, which can then allow more moisture to fall. And additionally, it starts to create habitat for endangered fish. So it's really important that we celebrate each little victory. And a man just came to visit a friend of a friend that, I had tea with him the other day, and I told him basically exactly what I'm sharing with you. And he goes, "Wow, I want to tell you something." I said, "What's that?" He said, "You are giving me hope. You are giving me hope," because many of us these days, and I think this is what we're talking about, this is what we just said, in terms of playing video games and smoking, pot and things, because we don't know where to go, is to get that communication and experience back with nature. And then once nature gives you what you need and you know how you supported it, that begins to restore the hope. And then not just the hope, but the actuality and integration that we're part of nature and that we can help each other evolve and then evolve even further and further and further. So it's a very interesting time. We have lots of technological opportunities, let's say, and we certainly use those when we need to. And at the same time, we want to make sure that we're going direct with nature as much as we can. And the other aspect is that we are starting to use fire. And this is another aspect of this that I think will speak to this group because of the nature of this group. I'm a firefighter. I've been a firefighter since 1993. And it's just been recently, in the last several years, because I grew up in the Great Lakes region, and there is a tribe, a council of Three Fires tribe called on Walpole Island. And they burn on a regular basis, and because they burn, they have every endangered species in abundance of southern Michigan and Ontario. And I always wondered, how did they do that? And so I got to do it. We burned in Iowa, we burned in Michigan, we burned here. And basically, there were two of us that are experienced meditators. And what we were doing, and we didn't know it at first, but then we started to put it together, we are meditating as we are burning. And what happens is that our field, and perhaps it's a theta state generated field, electromagnetic field of our bodies, then qualifies the ash of the fire, and that can then awaken plants that have not been there. And in some cases, like Iowa, plants came back they hadn't seen in over 100 years. We did it in Michigan for my sister with the monarch butterflies and the milkweed. We've done it here in Crestone with the blue iris, which is a wetland species. And we are getting ready now to burn on the refuge here where there's so many elk they don't have enough to eat, and so they eat all the beavers' food. And so we want to burn for the elk to get their browse back, and then the willows and cottonwoods can start growing again on the creeks, and then the beavers can start making habitat for the endangered fish. So there's all these little pieces that sometimes become big pieces when we put them together, and it does take our interaction and our sensitivity and our ability to adapt and really listen and be still, and then also take that in and then change our actions if possible. And so we are going to be starting to invite people to come to our programs, whether it's restoring the streams or restoring with fire. And we're calling it restore. Restore your land, restore your soul. Give yourself some hope. Because nature is still there, and in many places, it's not that far gone. And that's what we're surprised to see is we burned last November, and the grasses from the wetland came back within just a few months. And so we're working on bringing the beavers back because we have none. And we also know that when we bring back the keystone, which is the beaver, we'll also see other species come back as well.
And you were talking about, tell them about what is the role of the beaver in restoring.
So yeah, the beaver, it's a very eager beaver. Its spirit is kind of like teamwork and resilience and persistence, and it slows up the water. And as it slows up the water, that water rehydrates the system, the whole landscape. And then in my sense and what I've been sharing is the conductivity starts to go up and it starts to interact and restore the hydrological cycle, because we've been in years of drought here, but then it starts to give habitat to species. About, in Colorado, 70% of the species need the beaver to create habitat for them. And then it also tends to limit wildfire spread and intensity, because it's slowing up the water and allowing the water to remain on the surface for longer periods of time. So there's a lot, and this particular animal was trapped out almost to extinction by the 1840s, and we just learned that in 1901, someone in Colorado, a commissioner, tried to bring them back. And the good news is that in Colorado, on last Monday, they released the draft Colorado Beaver Management program, and we are now all reviewing it. And that the main message of that plan is that beavers are they've now been revalued. They are such an important part. We're not just saying, oh, if they're here, great. If not, no worries. No, we are actively working on bringing them back and honoring and respecting them as a being, not just as a species. We just don't want coexistence. We would like to have partnership. And that is the difference now, where we are evolving like, oh my gosh, we are very sorry. And that is the biggest thing that we are probably doing in this valley that was drained in the last 100 years. And I haven't really shared this, so I'll share it with all you, because you are the wonderful audience that will then vibrate this into existence with us. We, since the water was taken, the spirit of the water has been disrespected. And so part of our work is saying we are sorry and learning how to offer to the water spirits. And so we do that on a regular basis now. And so this may then lead to, we've had the Mother Tree Festival years ago. We created a healing forest. Now I think what we're going to do is create a fire and water festival, to where we have an opportunity as a valley to say we are sorry, that please show us what to do. And people hate fire too. So hey, sorry, fire.
Tell them the name of your fire department.
Well, the whole theme, you saw it when I take my video off, it's, if you look at this photo here, that's Kundalini bear, and a keystone beaver, and it's partnering with nature. And part of what we are also working with is the Zen Center, and they're working with a shaman from Mexico, and they have been, sorry, my camera just went out for a minute, but anyways, the wisdom that they're getting from the shaman is to not protect yourself from fire, but to protect the fire. Wow. And your relationship with it. This is where we are going, because if there's something that you really don't like, that's kind of like your enemy. Maybe get to know it more. Maybe get to know it. And fire is certainly that, and fire can be so life-giving. We're already showing it. I've hesitated for years, because this is all really well known, but it's not really well known outside of certain circles. So now we are celebrating that. And so for the next herb conference I go to next summer, there's a plant, or a number of plants here, that they come out in abundance.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I think I'm unmuted now.
No, you're there. You're back, but turn your camera. There you go.
Is that all right?
Yes.
Is that landscape?
No, that's not landscape, but
it's probably okay. I'm sorry, my phone is doing crazy tricks. Anyways, that whole point was if something's really threatening you, see if you could become friends and allies with it. In this sense, it's fire. So many people are afraid of fire. And we're getting ready to burn this winter. We are getting enough moisture where we can, and when we burn, we're going to go into that meditative state. We're going to teach people how to burn for restoration because of their presence, and they qualify the ash. This is alchemy on an ecological level, on a landscape scale.
Yeah,
And
Peter has a very amazing connection with nature. He does a musical, meditative, alchemical journey where the plants actually sing. So describe that a bit.
yeah, I have a device called the Damanhur Music of the Plants device, and it's from Italy, from the Damanhur people. And they've been at this since the 1970s with Falco, creating that whole eco-village movement. And I was introduced, and when I was introduced to this machine, and it basically uses a Wheatstone bridge and a synthesizer to measure the electrical conductivity of the plant. Here's that word again, conductivity, right? And then in the right circumstances, it'll then play, and it will play in real time to me. And we've done so many numerous concerts. And for this group, I want to share a few things. When I heard that sound come out of the machine the first time, I heard it and I went, I've heard this before, but it wasn't with a machine. And up here, about 10,000 feet on a solstice, I played my trumpet for an hour or two, and what came back was the mountains and the plants responding to me. And it sounded just like what came through the machine. And what can happen in concerts when you really get that connection, and it seems like everybody is on board, is the plants will start singing without even the machines in areas where they usually don't. They are welcomed. And whether a portal is open or a sound portal, if that happens, usually the field, it's like a miracle happening, and we acknowledge it, because oftentimes, especially in the healing forests, we feed the trees. We're feeding them for them, and what they did is they turned that energy back to us and allowed their field to encompass our field, and it allows for very rapid healing. People with full body pain, and I guess this is the time to share about, if we have a minute, right? When you get to, and again, I apologize for the camera here. We've fed enough forests now, and there are forests around this country and in Hawaii and such. When we feed them the trace elements, and we feed them effective microorganisms, and then we trigger it and activate it with a sound, an acoustic sound, 528 hertz. Numerous people have gotten healed in very short amounts of time, like full body pain being removed, or carpal tunnel, or people not needing their glasses, or there's things like that. A friend was rushed to the hospital this last summer in New Mexico, and he had to be opened up, his whole body cavity, because he had pancreatitis, and he got put into a coma. And what happened is we all were just praying for him because we couldn't really go there, we couldn't visit him. And so he got out of the coma, and his girlfriend texted me and said, could we do one of these journeys for him? And I said, sure, but it's not just going to be us, it's going to be all the healing forests that have been set up. And so we do it, and this is around the country. There's about 20 of us on Zoom, just like this. No one is in his room. He is not connected. And one of the things that has paired really well with the healing forests is the rainbow light. And that's a whole nother thing, but if you have done any rainbow light meditations or experienced that, there is a connection. And so the rainbow light came in, and what was happening on his end is that he got to see the rainbows in his room even though nobody was there. And that's the power of the forest, and that's the power of us, tapping into the divine, obviously. And so he experienced this. The next day he went home. And the doctors called him a walking miracle. I just got to see him in Hawaii, and it's just, he goes, and he's still, I'm offering a class these days, and he got to share a little bit about it. And
It's just like he is accessing his other bodies. And that's what allowed this whole thing. Was it one thing? No. Was it all of it? Yes. Obviously, it was all of it. It's partnering with nature, and it's then connecting with our own gifts, and then sharing those gifts, and trusting. Like, it just seems like we're pretending. Well, that pretending really worked. And now we know we're not pretending. We know we are conducting from field to field to field. Because what moves faster than the speed of light? The speed of space. And that's where the fields exist. Just like right now. Just like
Also,
right now.
you've been very aware of the activity of the sun that's
Oh, yeah.
going on now.
Yeah.
And how is that affecting us? We had these
We
aurora
had the
borealis.
northern lights. We had the northern lights here. We live at 8,000 feet approximately. We had the red and the green of the northern lights. That usually doesn't happen. And that is concerning because it means that the electromagnetic field of the earth is getting weakened. And it can really cause people physical issues with their own fields. And sometimes the field gets so strong, our field of the planet, of the earth, goes so low, it goes negative. And it's not really going negative. And I'll share this with y'all because I love sharing secrets these days. We want to learn to build our field ourselves from our practices, from our meditations, from our chanting, from all of our practices. And that's what we're doing. We know we're doing that now. We know it works. But because when the earth field diminishes, it never really goes to zero because you don't want your field to go to zero because then you're dead. Okay? And so when the sun does its solar flaring, I just mentioned this to someone the other day because this was happening. What if we learn how to plug into and utilize and ground into the field of the sun? Because when the field goes negative, there's still a field. It's just not the field we're used to. Can we adapt to the sun?
Fascinating.
And yeah, I mean, this is years of anecdotal measurements, and now it's like, oh no, Salung, Truecore, Qigong, Tai Chi, yogas. Learn what it is that really, really, really helps you, because that's what helped our friend who was in the coma or had just come out of the coma. It was our shared field, and yes, we're having the trees help us. And it's not just trees.
Lata, would you have a comment or question?
Hi, Peter. Hi, Sharon. Welcome. Yeah, my question is on my observation that this year the seven planets that were in alignment, and I've been contemplating all this, and especially when I get up, I look at the sun. It's so brilliant these days in UK, and I can feel the light reflected from Jupiter into the sun, which the sun hasn't been this strong before. But I've picked up that the Jupiter has really, have you noticed that as well? I don't know where you whether you have the strong sun there, but when
yes, we do.
And I can really sense this strain. It's so powerful, the light coming from it. And then I sort of connect to it and try to align myself with it to get the healing energy and pulling in all the energy from the planets. And really purifying the earth as well, all the the minds on this earth and the lives, and hoping that it will help us all to become better human beings. because I think this year has been a remarkable year for the planets orbiting. And I'm just wondering, I need to look into that more. So if you can throw any of your wisdom and light on the question, I'd appreciate that, Peter.
Sure. No, that's amazing for you to have that sensitivity, and to bring this up. This is something I love to talk about. Where we live, if you put a white, 5-gallon bucket out, in about 3 months, it's cracked. It's gone. It is not, the plastics are just going away very rapidly now. This has not happened before. And when you go outside, you can feel the intensity on your skin. And I'm going to give everyone a riddle, and I'm not going to, it's just more of a riddle. Is like, we like to ground to the earth, correct? On the beach, and on our feet, on the grass and things like that. How does the earth itself ground? Okay. You are already pointing to how it does it. And that's through the electromagnetic field interaction of the earth with the sun and then with each of the planets. So when you're bringing that up, it's like you are sculpting and giving that picture or that feel of what happened when all the planets lined up. Is there was a different kind of connection, or again, conductivity, right? It's the conductivity of fields, and it's changing the way we behave. One of the things that I am told from a very, very devoted researcher, and his name's Ben Davidson, and he is up on this. I receive his briefings every morning, is that there are two things, and one of them is the sun. The more we get a good exposure to the sun, that means that equals longevity, okay? The more we get with the sun in a good way, so whatever that is for each person. But what tends to shorten our lives is exposure to cosmic rays. And so this gets into now the KP index of how strong the field of the earth is. Is it very weak and maybe 0 or 1 or 2? Or is it very super strong, full of electromagnetic fields from a solar flare? What we ideally look for is the 4, 5s, and 6s. That's right in the middle. It's not too hard, it's not too low. So if it's too much, too high, that's the sun coming in, and that can be dangerous. But if it's too low, it's cosmic rays. And so in the KP, like yesterday, I'm going, what is going on here? Something is changed. And the KP was so low, the cosmic rays were coming in. And so are certain things that block cosmic rays. And one of the things that is very poignantly studying building biology out of architecture school is one of the things that blocks them is aluminum. And in this country, people, they would, if you can't afford a house, you'd live in a mobile home. And what they're made out of is aluminum. They are now blocking their cosmic rays more so. And before it was like you never wanted that because you needed some of the cosmic radiation. Now it's way too much. It's just interesting. And so what I'm tending to use, and this was again a lucky experiment on my house, is I have lava rock on top of on one of my roofs. And that is one of the most enjoyable places to be because it is blocking everything. But I also know I need the sun. So it's this back and forth, back and forth. And food in that room doesn't tend to spoil either. Whereas the solar energy is coming through like the next room over, and the plastics are degrading inside the house. This is crazy. I mean, we're like the canaries, in the coal mines here, because we are seeing firsthand. Like if you put a color of duct tape out, duct tape, the really, really useful tape, put all the colors out, red, orange, right? And I do this with the colors like this. Anyways, these cellophane colors. You put these outside, they'll be gone in about a week, the color. It used to never happen. I'd leave them out for months. They would never go away. But it's interesting. I'm going to do this again. And maybe the next time I'm on, I'll give you my report. Which color disappears first? And that's going to give us a clue as to what wavelengths are being, or at least for that period, we're more influential, because color is can be such a huge part of our lives.
That's amazing, Peter. I think, Sharon, that experiment that Peter runs, we should bring it back on healing. It'll be nice to know because he's actually now talking quantum. He's showing what happens with the colors, what happens with the plastic, with the food and everything. It'll be very useful. Let's let our viewers know what's happening in the next 3 episodes before we take a comment from Mita and then close down. So, Sharon, next week, what's happening?
Next week is our wonderful show, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare, Sunday, 30th November, 2025, 2 p.m. GMT onwards. It's one of my favorite shows because I really feel this is healing our earth. And this is all about so many different modalities that we can use as human beings to enhance our lives, our health, our happiness.
Superb. And the
Please join
following
us.
week, Anukul is a start of the Indian knowledge system, preserving the past, shaping the future, which is where we want to involve other indigenous tradition so we can become a global knowledge system. Anukul, your thoughts on this?
Absolutely. We live in an entangled world. Everything is connected to the other. We cannot isolate one thing and expect us to be getting better. So I think we have to be worth having all the cultures, all traditions, which have stood the test of time, and get them all together and see what best we can learn from the one and the other.
And obviously, preserving the best thing for the past and create better things for the future. So that's starting next on the first week of December. Then Sharon on the 14th of December.
Again, Universal Health Coverage Day, Health for All. This is big in the US right now, the whole Obamacare. They're trying to revamp it and everybody's arguing with each other. Why can't we really come together? Just like in the ancient wisdom, come together and really find solutions. And what do we have in common? And how can we assist each other in bringing radiant health to everyone? So this is our Universal Health Coverage Day, Health for All, on Sunday, December 14th.
And Sharon, you mentioned United States of America is in the news at the moment. Trump doesn't like Obama, and Obama took his previous people and his office, so took about 10-15 years to develop something. Now Trump wants to bring something, and then the next guy will reject it. So the American peoples are not really covered for the universal health coverage, and it's very expensive in America. Let's hope something happens good over there.
I have to tell you something. When Jay was on his interview, which I highly recommend, I'll put it, I'll send it out to all of you. They were talking about the fact that, we are on Medicare, seniors are here. And when they ask a question, they say, well, what pharmaceuticals are you on? Now, I'm going to be 77. My husband's 72. And when we tell them we're not on any, he said that when he talked to them, they wouldn't believe him. They just kept saying, you're lying. You have to be on some kind of pharmaceutical. And I mean, I find it kind of concerning because it's like they just want to push all these things on us. And they think we're odd because we're not. We're doing Ayurveda, we're doing TCM, we're doing all these other things. And, my prayer, and I know that Kennedy and people have lots of issues with him, but I believe his heart is totally in the right place to really integrate all the wisdom. Again, we go back to the ancient wisdom show that's coming up, all the wisdom that is here for us so that we can, I watch TV. I was in a hotel and I don't usually watch, TV with commercials. I was like shocked. It was just these, trying to suck you in to all of these pharmaceuticals, and then they give a whole list of how they could kill you and do this and that. And there's so many ways that that's what we discuss on the show, so many ways to help ourselves where we don't have all the side effects and we do things naturally. Yeah, maybe it takes a little longer, but it's much more life enhancing. So yeah, the healthcare, well, it's also, I believe, a sign of, the age that we're in and the age that we're coming into more of real caring and real concern, and more light coming in, more awareness coming in, and our prayer is that people really come together. And that's what we're doing here, bringing people from all different traditions.
Absolutely.
What do we have in common? How do we help each other? How can we use all our wisdom and listen and try out all these things so that, humanity can thrive instead of, this country, there's so many people on serotonin enhancers, and it's, some of them walk around kind of like zombies, they don't, because for example, my sister's daughter, when she was like 11, broke up with her first boyfriend. He broke up with her and they put her on like Prozac or something. She's now in her like 40s and she's always been on one of these. So you never learned how to deal with, challenge. And that's part of the human condition. That's how we learn. We have challenges, but to over medicate it so that they're just like,
and unfortunately, the whole environment gets the residue of everyone else's drugs. And especially when I go to lower elevations and the water. That is, and I'll stop. But I think we know.
Right.
Absolutely. We need to teach the youth of today to see how they can sustain without going desperate on medicine. Medicine does help if you've got a condition that you can't do, but keeping a mind and a state of mind in a level and a balanced state, and meditation, yoga, tai chi, qigong, all those things can help if you can keep your body happy. So Sharon, we take a quick comment from Meeta, and then if you can wind off with a comment from Anukul. Meeta, your comment, and then Anukul, yours, and then we end up with Peter and Sharon and wind up, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Meeta, your comment, please.
Thank you. Yeah. Global Namaste, Neil and everyone. A very, very close subject, very close to my heart, this subject, because I'm involved in climate-related discussions and activities and projects. And Surrey University, where I am the Hindu chaplain, we were represented at, as part of government, UK government's research-related display, which, we have been discussing in this program, Neil, that, how Indian tradition and other traditions and how Sanatan Dharma, we all believe that each jeev or each life has got that divine energy. So we respect as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and that's coming back in subtle ways through these bringing, nature, protecting nature through remote sensing satellites, through AI, and working on this minutest level. You don't need to work on huge projects, but working on, as charity starts from home, working on the very, very local level, where you are working on biodiversity and how data can help, remote sensing can help in natural disasters to predict it and how to prepare before that. That's what the remote sensing satellites data becomes useful, and how AI can integrate from the community, because community science projects are becoming very popular now. I was brought up in a place in Ahmedabad where we had community science center, and we used to make, rockets and everything. It was free of charge. You can go and explore, and you can learn about simple harmonic motion physics. You can go to electronics lab. So it's very important that community is involved at the grassroots level for this kind of projects. And what's happening for the National Adaptation Plan, in which traditional knowledge is welcome now to implement. So not just big plans about what you want to do, but each country, each traditions, with some ancient traditions, they have got their richness, and how that can be incorporated into making these changes before the next COP, which will be coming in 31 in Turkey. And in 32, it will be in Ethiopia, which is the most less developed country in the world. So we are heading towards, in some ways, realizing the fundamentals, the basics about how to preserve Mother Earth or Bhumi, and on how technology, which is racing fast on the AI side, on the satellite system side, how everything can be integrated together, traditional knowledge and community spirit, and the technical knowledge, technology. So there's a lot of hope and a lot of momentum now. Big challenges about fossil fuels, because some developing country just can't do without that. And there has to be a very planned transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. So yeah, very interesting times to come, but very promising as well, when we believe in, we talked about meditation. I was at an event yesterday. Amma, if you know, she runs the spiritual university, Amritapuram in Kerala and other places. And the vibe over there. So when spirituality overtakes, everything is falling in place. So charity is home, and hence we all have to meditate, be spiritual. People in climate change at topmost level, people at topmost level in the COP31 now, and other heads of the countries, leaders of the countries, if they meditate and if they imbibe those values within themselves, they will start realizing as well. So that's going to make a lot of difference. So traditional knowledge, at the same time implementation on a personal level about this spirituality as well. So that was my message. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, Anukul, your last comment, and then Sharon, you can wind up. Anukul, over to you.
I've really learned a lot from so many people, from Charles, Sharna, Basi, Muskan, and Purvi. They're fantastic. They have lots of information. They are also somewhat positive. But all the places that I visited in the past, from the Himalayas to my days in the Himalayas, in the mountains bordering China, and also other places, many things have, in fact, gone the other way around. But now things are changing. People are getting somewhat better, more understanding. And I hope this particular aspect of knowledge keeps on improving. There are a lot many things that we really have to work hard with. It is not a very simple sitting back and enjoying the things. It will not change that way. So I think we all have to put on our efforts and get the things going, learn from our traditions, be much more grounded with the people and the farmers in the field. I think that's what's going to make it better.
Thank you, Anukul. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Sharon, you can wind off with whatever mantra you would like to have today.
Well, what I'd really like to wind up is with Peter just leading maybe a short meditation or whatever you'd like, Peter, because he's...
Oh yeah, no, I'd be happy. I know what you're pointing to. We do this every week, and one of the interesting things just to mention is that the integration with AI is one of our challenges, and the plants can show us how to do that. So I'll get into that maybe next time. Sorry, Mike. Tell me when I'm okay. I'll just stay like this.
Yeah.
And that we also are realizing that all the landscapes are sacred, provided that we are engaged with it. So anyways, I'd like to share, this is something we do every week. I do it most every day, and we call it the practice without practicing. And it's basically bringing your attention to the different energy points and chakras within your body. And what we're going to do is bring our attention, let's say, to the crown, and then using whatever means is gentle for you, whether it's a slight touch of your finger or the tightening of your muscles or your energy slightly tightening or your field tightening, I'm going to ask you to tighten that particular energy center or chakra for a few moments and then relax it. And we'll move up and down or just down the body, and it'll take a few minutes, and your eyes can be open or closed. So here we go. I'm going to close my eyes because it's easier for me. But please bring your attention to the top of your head at your crown chakra, and then tighten it up. And now relax the crown. And now bring your attention to your third eye here, and then tighten it up. And now relax the third eye. And now bring your attention to your throat chakra and tighten it up. And now relax the throat chakra. And now bring your attention to the heart chakra and tighten it up. And now relax the heart. And now bring your attention to the solar plexus and tighten it up. And now relax. And now bring your attention to the navel chakra and tighten it up. And now relax the navel. And now bring your attention to the energy centers in your hands, the palms of your hands, and tighten them up. And now relax the energy centers in your hands. And now bring your attention to your second chakra and tighten it up. And now relax the second chakra. And now bring your attention to your first chakra and tighten it up. And now relax the first chakra. And now bring your attention to the energy centers in your knees and tighten them up. And now relax the energy centers in your knees. And now bring your attention to the energy centers in the balls of the feet, of both feet, and tighten them up. And now relax. And now bring your attention to all of the energy centers and chakras we've been working with. Balls of the feet, knees, first chakra, second chakra, hands, navel, solar plexus, heart, throat, third eye, and crown, and tighten them all up. And now tighten them up just a bit more, and just a little bit more. And now relax all of the energy centers and chakras. There we go.
I have found that this practice is really helping me sleep. I do it if my mind's going and I want to go to sleep. It's like magic. It's been amazing. And if I wake up in the middle of the night,